Jordan Jean making a move past Ben Lowe, who will cross some back under on the over-under move right there. And Jordan will get him right back. Those two have been doing pretty nicely for the last couple of days. They will show off a little bit of the racing that you can expect with American flat track bikes here at the American Speed Festival. Again, it's not their normal surface, of course, as Ben's going to pull off to the right here, but it isn't the normal surface they run on, but still they've been able to run pretty effectively. And a section in general, by the way, down there that's starting to get increasingly gripped and rubbered up between them and then, of course, the sprint, or the drift cars, I should say, have done a pretty good job of laying down a ton of rubber and tire smoke throughout the first day here at the American Speed Festival. I have to imagine that arena section, by the time we get to the end of the weekend, has just got to be completely coated in like 2 inches worth of just rubber buildup down there after the amount that's being laid down. There is Brian Smith right now leading the pack.
You know, an interesting question we should look into, and I'll try to get the answer to that, is the drift cars are in the same basic area that the bikes are on. How does the rubber being laid down by the drift cars, and there's a lot of it, affect the bikes?
It's probably a good question, because again, for both of them, especially the bikes, is their main concern was that it was going to be too gripped up for them based on what they normally are going to want to run on, but also you've got likely incongruent rubbers as well, which sometimes can wind up having the inverse effect. You see it all the time on short track racing. If there are 2 different kinds of series there that are running, one's on a Hoosier, one's on an American Racer tire, it winds up being completely incongruent and actually makes the track more slippery for each of the different series as those different kinds of rubber get laid down on the racetrack. So it's likely a little bit potentially of the same thing, but still, just to some extent, laying that rubber down still is going to increase the general level of grip, just in general, especially when you take a surface that isn't raced on as much, probably, a little bit of kind of a dirty green surface, and now is having all of that laid down over the couple days of competition. All right, so that'll do it for the flat trackers. They will find their way off the circuit, and we're going to get some sprint cars out onto the track. Randy, a minute ago you mentioned the Speedway Motors Museum of American Speed. One of the sprint cars with us this weekend that isn't going to be a car on track is that Al Unser sprint car. John McKitchen from the Speedway Motors Museum of American Speed had a chance to talk to him the other day about about that car that they brought, about the museum, and that Al Unser Jr. sprint car that we have with us this weekend. If we can roll that clip to introduce the sprint cars with one of our on-display machines from the Speedway Motors the Speedway Motors Museum of American Speed. This year at the American Speed Festival, our master of motorsports is Al Unser Jr. And the Speedway Motors Museum of American Speed has brought one of the cars that little Al started his racing career in, this really cool sprint car behind us. We've got John from the museum here to give us a little bit of history about this race car. So tell us about this car, about little Al and his history driving and starting his career in something just, of course, like this car.
He didn't race them very long, maybe 2 or 3 years. 78 was the time. He raced it in all the Midwestern and Western states. Small block Chevy, quick change rear end, typical sprint car of the day. He's a part of our museum big time because we got the Unser collection rolled into ours last year. So all the family history is in Lincoln now. So huge museum for display on Unser's things. We got all their rings and all the trophies and everything they won over the years.
Along with the Unsers, I mean, the Speedway Motors Museum of American Speed is one of the premier destinations if you're a racing fan and especially a history buff of auto racing, certainly in this country, to visit. Tell us some of the cars there and some of what someone can experience if they do come and visit your museum.
We were voted by popular vote, Newsweek magazine's best racing museum in the United States 3 weeks ago. So our museum opened in 1994 to the public, and the museum started out as an engine collection by Bill Smith. And he was really into 4-cylinder engines, Ford-derived 4-cylinder Model T, Model A engines. He went to flathead V8s, and of course, he raced sprint cars all through the 60s, 70s, and 80s. So we got a wide variety of sprint cars. We also have the world's largest collection of pedal cars, and we have a large collection of automotive lunchboxes, record albums, things like that. We also have Daryl Starbird's car collection moved to us 2 years ago out of Oklahoma, and it has a lot of show cars, national winning show cars. His most famous car, the Predicted, is on display, and the little coffin, which are icons for people my age anyway.
That's incredible, and we certainly thank you guys for bringing one small part of that collection. Hope you enjoy the weekend.
Okay, thank you very much for having us.
So cool to be able to have that car here to help tell that full story as well of Al Unser Jr.'s career, our master of motorsports this weekend, getting ready to roll those sprint cars out onto the track, and as they are going to start getting those things up to speed, how about play another feature? I had a chance to catch up with Andrew Bogus, the young driver behind the wheel of the 17 car, and he has got a transponder on that thing. Ran a 1:10.4 yesterday, so just a couple seconds off the fastest time overall, and did that in a 4:10 winged sprint car. So let's take a look at Andrew in my interview with him, because he had a good chat about what they have to do to set these cars up to be able to make the right-hand turns along with the left that normally we, of course, see winged sprint cars make. A standout at last year's American Speed Festival were the winged sprint cars from Must See Racing. Andrew Bogus was the fast time of the group last year, and they're back, he's back. I mean, not a car you'd expect to see, of course, ever on a road course. Take us through one of these machines. They're unique, they're mean, they're fast, and they're a little out of place here, but boy, they're cool.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. So these cars are what you expect for what you'd find on an old Indy or Champ car. It's still on torsion bars for spring suspension. And of course, for this year, we switched over to a monotube type shock instead of a traditional twin tube type shock that we run usually on our ovals. But other than that, you have a large wing on top that creates most of your downforce, your front wing that keeps downforce on your front tires. And yeah, pretty much it. We took all the center out of the car, replicated the right from the left, even with all the spacing in the wheels. You have one lug in the back and a 6 lug up front, around a 10-inch tire running on both sides of the front wheels, and then I believe 15-inch tire in the back. Basically an IndyCar tire that's out back, and then you have your traditional super modified or modified tire that's on your left rear for stagger, but we're running a road course, so we got both IndyCar tires on the back end.
I mean, it's so cool to watch you guys out here. It's your second year here. How much have you enjoyed being able to run one of these cars on a road course and enjoy such a unique event with such a wide collection of race cars that are here?
You know, to be honest, ever since I came here, I've just had a knack for like F1 or Formula cars. I've ran a lot more road course racing like GT3 and Super Formula on the iRacing platform, and I've gotten pretty good at it. So, I mean, that really helps making coming here and running really good.
Andrew Bogus is as quick as it gets in these things as well. Certainly is. There's a look at Andrew getting the 17 up to speed. He is a 7-time career winner in the Midwest Light Series for Must See Racing. Was fast time last year in one of these sprint cars. Has got that transponder on again and again. Ran in the 110s yesterday, which is, I mean, you can't, again, begin to say how impressive and unique that is to run one of those things at some similar speeds to what we even saw some of the Radicals running out on the circuit yesterday at the American Speed Festival, and some other cars down in that 110, 109 type of bracket range. So we'll see what sort of speed they've been able to dial in that thing that much more today, and if they're going to be able to find a little bit more out of that 17 car based on whatever adjustments they made overnight. Have the 23 out there as well with Charlie Bauer, the 3-time winner this year in the Must See Racing Lights division. So everyone getting things heated up right now with our 4-wing sprint cars that we have on the track here at the M1 Concourse, 1.5-mile circuit, and of course an interesting twist to have one of these cars on the track, but also a little bit different than what we run the rest of the weekend, as they do run the track in reverse. A couple of reasons behind that, most notably then they get this long sweeping left-hander in front of the start-finish line in the paddock area that can be left-hander instead of a right-hander to help these things out a little bit. And then most notably also, they're able to turn the hairpin down at the base of the racetrack into a left-hander to be able to set up for it. And also, it does change the track quite a bit in terms of the speeds that they are able to run and the dynamics of this racetrack, because it turns the back part of this track into a lot more of a power circuit. You come out of a little bit wider type of corner, carry more speed down the back straightaway before getting hard on the binders. The 23 of Bauer in front of us here at the start-finish line, starting to wind things up a little bit and get the sprint cars up to speed. I don't know where else you can see this. It's winged pavement sprint cars on a 1.5-mile technical road course here at the M1 Concourse in the American Speed Festival. So Andrew Bogus coming pit side right there to make some adjustments possibly on the 17. Charlie Bauer still up to speed, working his way down the back part of the racetrack at the time being. Continue to look here at Charlie Bauer in the 23, working around the track. So Andrew Bogus come pit side. I think maybe a little bit of a timing and scoring issue on the transponder on that car. I haven't seen it registered yet this morning after he ran a lap in the 1:10 lap times yesterday with the 17 car, showing off the speed of these sprint cars running the reverse track, but that still means having to make a couple of right-hand turns out of these cars. Saw that video before we started with Andrew about some of those changes they're making in terms of course, you take the stagger out of the rear tires. They went with a little bit different setup this year than what they did last year. Some other pretty significant setup changes. Again, everything designed to take these things and be able to square them up a little bit to create what, again, has a little bit of like a front-engine IndyCar setup, and then can be in terms of all the downforce and aero, the power and the lightness of these things. So a really unique one-of-one experience to be able to see some wing sprint cars from the Must See Racing Series on the track. Boga's fired back off from pit road and under his own power. He'll get some lap times returning again for the young man that was fastest. Or he's the one with a transponder on, but fastest last year as well, and has been coming along with this unique driving style that certainly is necessary to be able to run a wing sprint car around the left and the right-hand turns here at the American Speed Festival. Bogus right now working his way around the back part of the racetrack. Look at the 11 as well, getting some of the same lap times in as, again, these cars that you're primarily seeing from the Midwest Light Series, 350 powered machines, stock block engines in them, and they run what is the second tier of the Must See Racing Wing Sprint Car Series. Still, though, incredibly fast, incredibly impressive, Randy, to see a car like this navigating the lefts and the rights of the M1 Concourse.
These kids are just so excited to be here. One of the things that fascinated me was they were talking about some of the other tracks they run, Berlin, which you're very familiar with, of course, and that they're 360-ish in horsepower, or in cubic inches rather. They can pretty much flat foot a track like Berlin. The 410s get out there, the bigger engines, the higher horsepower, and they've got to get out of the throttle in the corners. So at the end of the lap, they're pretty even, because what they lose on top end speed, they're gaining because they can get around the corner much quicker. They're not braking. So it does, I'm sure, make for some interesting races at Berlin, but then you bring that back to here, and there wasn't any of them that just chomping at the bit to get out there. This is their third session now, and you can just tell every session they get a little bit quicker, which on another note has impressed me about the LROC is Megan Myers and Taylor Ferns. This is not their thing, okay? But what has impressed me about them as much as anybody is every session they get faster. And that's the measurement to me. It's not, are they going to be the fastest? But coming out of a drag racing background or a sprint car background, getting on this M1 Concourse, which is very technical. In some cases, a couple of corners, if you miss the apex, you miss the lap. And they get faster every time they're on track. That tells me they're very talented and given enough time could be very competitive in these cars.
Yeah, and these cars that we have on track right now, there's been, mentioned yesterday, a little bit of a renaissance of this sort of racing, I think, in the last couple of years. Of course, the must-see racing series that we mentioned that runs all over the Midwest and all over the country to that extent. But next year, the $1 Million Challenge that was announced going to be broadcasted on Flow Racing, 4 different events with $1 million total purse between those events. And the state of Michigan is a very, very big part of that you're going to see on track. Both Owasso Speedway just down the road from us here, and then Berlin that you mentioned on the other side of the state, both going to be a part next summer of that. And I mentioned I'm a pit reporter. I mentioned yesterday I'm a pit reporter with the Flow broadcast team at Berlin Raceway, and I mean the must-see racing cars came 2 times I think this year, and it is every year when we circle like what events are going to have our largest crowds that of course are going to get drawn into the track. These are always right up there for the biggest crowds that are drawn all year long. You know, it's this weekend. It's the massive super late model shows, the super modifieds, and they're right there. And they are the track record holders as well, by the way. So if you go to short tracks where you even have super modifieds that are also running, these cars, and they have a 410 motor in them, are the track record holders pretty much across the board at your local short tracks if they do run there. So. Again, they're as fast as it gets to go around in a circle, and we're learning that they aren't too far off the pace of even purpose-built sports racers that have been on the track this weekend.
And once again, take the opportunity when these guys come off the track, go talk to them. Ask them about the cars, ask them about the speed. Just pick their brain on what they're doing, where they're racing, when they're racing. And I think you're going to find that there's some great personalities there, some great talent. And they're just having a blast this weekend at the American Speed Festival. I see our chief steward, Mike Dallenbach, out here. He's going to be queuing the Indy cars. They're going to be coming out shortly. We'll work our way through the morning session here at the American Speed Festival, the Sunday edition. And don't forget, at 11:46, we will have the meet and greet with the Ladies Race of Champion drivers and the Michigan Junior Motorsports drivers.
Not 11:45, not 11:47, 11:46. Randy will be right on time with that, I'm sure.
I may get there at 11:45 just to be safe.
Okay, that sounds good. Andrew Bogus is out on the track in that 17. Drift cars are starting to queue on the hot pit lane. Indy cars, as Randy mentioned, getting ready to take to the racetrack as well. The Wing Sprint cars, their first of 2 times on track on this Sunday at the American Speed Festival at the M1 Concourse.
Vintage Indy on the grid with Al Unser Jr. in the Dallara pace car. He'll pace the field out onto the track here momentarily once we finish up our sprint car session. Winding that one down, we've got Indy cars coming up next, the Vintage Indy. Then it'll be the NASCAR cars that are here this weekend, followed by the Ladies Racer Champion and the American Speed Challenge Cup. American Speed Festival Cup Challenge, Group 1 and Group 2. That'll wind down our morning session. Then right after the last session on track, we'll have the ladies get together for the meet and greet with the Ladies Racer Champion drivers and the Michigan Junior Motorsports drivers. That's going to be a lot of fun. That'll be coming up at about 11:45, around 11:45. We will meet with the Ladies Racer Champion drivers and the Michigan Junior Motorsports drivers. Take a lunch break. We're going to go through the sessions one more time this afternoon, followed by the victory podium celebrations at the end of the day, right at or around 4:05 p.m. this afternoon, which would wind down the 2025 edition of the American Speed Festival. But a lot of things go on here at M1 Concourse, not just the American Speed Festival, of course. And coming up, 1 week from, actually a week from yesterday, so Saturday, October 11th, will be a Cars and Coffee event, European Marquee. It is an experience in cars and coffee, now driving change for local charities. This year, we're bringing in even more to the experience, including race simulators, a slot car track, and an exclusive speaker series, all inside our beautiful event center, so you can enjoy the event, rain or shine. A small registration fee will support the M1 Mobility, helping improve accessibility for individuals with mobility challenges in Pontiac. 8 to 11 a.m. on Saturday, October 11th at the M1 Concourse. Parking is on track and in the arena. Car Club members can skip the lines and get to the arena parking perks. Get your tickets for next week at m1concourse.com/carsandcoffee. And Thursday, October 30th, it's Trunk or Treat. Oakland County, are you ready to roll through Halloween? Join us at M1 Concourse in Pontiac on Thursday, October 30th for the county's big Trunk or Treat celebration in support of the Pontiac community and the Oakland County Sheriff's Department. Dress up the kiddos, pop those trunks, and cruise in for a safe, family-friendly night of candy, costumes, and car culture. Fun right on the grounds of Michigan's premier motorsports playground. This event sponsored by Deputies for Kids, Project Excel, Pontiac, the heart of Oakland County, School District of the City of Pontiac, and Sheriff Oakland County, the Power Company Kids Club. It's at 4 p.m. at M1 Concourse on or around the circuit for parking. Get all the details at m1concourse.com/calendar. It's the Trunk or Treat, Thursday, October 30th.
Classic short track fashion, 3 wide salute from your wing sprint cars in a little bit different fashion than you'd normally see out of them doing it. What a show they have put on again for us today. We'll get to see them out on the racetrack one more time here at the American Speed Festival. Maybe they'll wheel-to-wheel race for us this afternoon. So let's just make it a round of the must-see racing championship next year here at the M1 Concourse. Drift cars will be next down on the racetrack. The Vintage Indy cars and the Vintage Indy series will take to the circuit right after that. drift cars getting ready to take to the racetrack, and as we prepare to see them take to the track, had a chance the other day, Ely Barda is here with his really unique Toyota former champion Formula Drift car with us this weekend, and Ely gave us a walk around of that race car the other day, taking us through some of the details on it. So let's see if we can play that to help get ready to bring the drift cars onto the track as Ely Barda walks us around his drift machine.
How's it going? Ely Barda here, and I am gonna give you a little story about this 2017 Toyota IM Corolla drift car. So originally Toyota wanted Papadakis Racing to create a championship winning car, but they wanted them to do it with a Toyota Corolla, which drifting is all about rear wheel drive cars. But Toyota wanted to do it with a Corolla, which is a front wheel drive car. So what they did is, in a 6-month period of time to get ready for the 2017 season, Papadakis Racing and their team created this incredible car. And what this is a 2AR 4-cylinder turboed engine. This car in pro spec pumped out over 1,000 horsepower with only 4 cylinders. So it's 850 horsepower, then 150 shot of nitrous, making over 1,000 horsepower. But anybody in racing, those are sort of Formula One numbers. Steph Papadakis, who's an incredible genius engine builder, these are sort of one-off motors, and the 2AR was completely stroked to 2.7. We've got the Borg-Warner 8374 turbo, I believe, and everything you see here is bespoke. Steph and his team chopped off the front of the car and created the front of this. And then what they did that's amazing is they converted the front wheel drive to rear wheel drive. So what does that mean? They had to take the subframe out. They had to tub that out. They had to put a hole in the center of the car for the drive shaft. So they basically in 6 months performed a miracle. The car is 100% bespoke, roll cage, 4-speed dog box. We've got all these incredible details. Again, they did this in 6 months. The roll cage, all of the bars, dry sump, and the radiators in the back. So, needless to say, it's an incredible car. And me being a stunt driver by trade, I thought, hey, no problem, I'm gonna buy a pro drift car. How hard could it be? Well, it was incredibly hard, and every time I drive this thing, like I am this weekend, I kind of describe it, like imagine you wanted to learn how to fly a plane, and most people start in a Cessna. I started in a jet, and I realized very quickly that this might have not been the best car for me to start in, but what happened is now I've got a handle on it. It's a lot of fun to drive. I'm out here with these incredible drivers, and you're gonna see them all this weekend. Stop what you're doing, put the lawnmower away, come out to the American Speed Fest, because you're gonna get to see people like me and fancy stuff like this just melting tires and having the time of our lives. We want you to join us. So again, American Speed Fest 2025, M1 Concourse.
Well, if you couldn't tell based on the cloud we've all been enveloped in here of burning rubber, the drift cars have taken to the racetrack. There's Shane Wally and his LS swapped Ford Mustang going around the track and putting on a bit of a show along with the rest of the group. Fortunately, Jelani Winston, who was with us yesterday, unable to make it out today. I think he's feeling a little under the weather, it sounded like. So Jelani unable to be here with us to walk us through some of what you're seeing. But, I mean, the good news about these guys is we can give some details on what they're driving, who they are, but I mean, they put on the show all for us, Randy. We hardly have to say, well, I guess we say they put on a show. They got us so smoked out right now, I don't know if I even can see what they got going on. Look at that shot right there.
When I was a kid, there was a racetrack near my hometown in Ohio, and they would run a radio commercial. When you're near it, you'll hear it. Well, let me tell you, when you're near the drift cars, not only will you hear it, you'll smell it. This is burning rubber 101 right here. These guys are just putting on, as always, a heck of a show on the edge all the time. I mean, that's their thing. How extreme can we get without, hitting something? And they do a magnificent job of that. I mean, they get it sideways through every corner. Smoke peels off the tires, and they're right on the edge.
Shane, as we mentioned, that LS swap Mustang. Another, I believe, also LS swapped car just in front, Brendan Greaves, in that 2011 BMW 325i custom wide body car that was built and imported from Australia, where Brendan comes from. Originally, he is from Perth, Australia, international sport, and putting on the exact show. Jelani was telling us yesterday about the way these competitions work, in particular the follow the leader aspects of the sport. And as he said, these are, I like what he said. He said these are the football player cars of motorsports, because these things are designed to take some contact within 5 minutes, have to get straightened out if they have an issue, get right back out there. It isn't like other forms of motorsports with all the aero and all the really, really tight margins that you're working on and damages completely the end of your weekend. With how close these guys run, with the kind of stuff they're doing, they anticipate it to be a full contact sport, and they're able to quickly fix things when that does come to pass. Because, you know, Jelani, who's on some professional teams, was mentioning to us yesterday that they typically are on a clock of 5 minutes to be able to repair things when there is damage to the car. So everything has to be quick change. Everything has to be doable in terms of especially the body side of things if there is some sort of issue. So that is a fascinating part of the sport. And I mean, the other thing is how widespread you can get, like that 2017 Toyota, you know, factory drift car that Ely Barda was walking us through in that video right before the cars came on the racetrack. Look at that, Shane going wheel to wheel with Brendan Greaves. But you know, you can get brand new, like that 2017 Toyota. Going back to, we've got Fox Body Mustangs, a 2000 type gen Mustang out there as well. There is a little bit of everything. Everyone has the wrong engine in the car as well, a little bit, because it comes down, like Jelani said, it's what you're comfortable working on. It's where there's a good power curve, but also sometimes there's a little bit of, I want to do it just because I can. There really aren't rules in this sport. So do you want an LS engine in a Mustang to go drift? Fine, do it. You want an LS engine in a BMW? Fine. You want to put a Volkswagen VR6 engine in a Toyota GT86? Fine, do that too. That's, you know, it's completely wide open, and boy, they are fun to watch with everyone with their own little custom twist on what they have going on.
You know, when these guys go out on their session, the amount of rubber on that wheel is not that much when they start. I mean, these are really thin tires, and they're just burning them off right and left as they cut through these corners, and the smoke just rolls off the back end.
Look at Mike Skudleric on your screen. He owns a company in Detroit, Detroit Drifting Co. You can find them on Instagram at Detroit Drifting Co. But you know, one of the local guys, if you're interested in getting into this sport, to talk about what the process is in terms of getting yourself in, maybe getting started, a very accessible sport, as Jelani was telling us about yesterday, to become not just a fan of, but even a participant in. And, a guy like Mike doing some local business. He used to be a professional kind of drifter himself, has now tuned back from that a little bit to get into building his business. And he's out there right now along with Ely Barda, putting on a show through the stadium section and taking his way down around the oval part of the section, now down in towards the stadium.
You talked about the quick pit stop. We just had a car come in, and he's right back out. So they made some adjustment. Wasn't much. And he's going to go back out and get a few more laps in, burning rubber and drifting sideways.
I think we got to get one of these guys to give you a ride. That's what we're going to do this afternoon. I'm going to get you in a car, Randy.
Are ya?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
You think that's a good idea?
I think it's no, I don't, but I think it'd be fun. I think it'd be funny.
For you.
Yeah, it'd be funny for me. Indy cars getting ready to fire and take to the track here this Sunday morning at the American Speed Festival. 3 Eagles at the front of the field going to lead things off for us this morning, and the first of which in line is a really special one, especially given this weekend as we honor Al Unser Jr. Jim Weddle out of St. Louis, Missouri brought, there's a look at little Al on the screen, but Jim Weddle out of St. Louis brought his recently finished up Coors Light car, which was the rookie year car for little Al at the Indianapolis 500. I had a chance on Friday while they're loading in to be able to catch up with Jim a little bit. He gave us some of the details of that Coors Light Indy car for Al Unser Jr. that he has with us this weekend and you're about to see on the track. So let's take a look at my quick conversation I had with Jim about that cool car that he brought with us this weekend. This weekend at the American Speed Festival, we are honoring IndyCar and the huge impact of the Indianapolis 500 on the American racing landscape, and a big part of that is honoring Al Unser Jr. as our master of motorsports, and a very, very historically significant car to little Al is with us this weekend, and Jim Weddle out of St. Louis, Missouri brought this car up here for us this weekend. Tell us, the rookie car at the 500 for Al Jr., tell us about this really, really incredible Coors Light Eagle.
Yeah, I think Al actually ran it Indy 19 times, but this was the car that he ran the very, very first year, 1983. It's an AAR Eagle. It was one of the first cars with the BLAT technology, the border layer adhesion technology, beginnings of ground effects. Runs a DFX Cosworth, about 750 horsepower. Great little car. Bought it a year ago in non-running condition.
Now let's talk about that a little bit, because you did just get this car essentially for this event, finished up here in the last year or so. Take us through that restoration process.
Yeah, we bought it a year ago. It hadn't been run or started in 5 or 6 years, so we knew we were going to have to pretty much redo everything, which we did. It came with an extra engine, which we sent off to Indianapolis, had it rebuilt. We rebuilt, of course, the turbos. Everything on the car works now, right down to the hydraulic jacks. It was a labor of love. My mechanic, Mike Ross, did almost all of the mechanical restoration. Bodywork was done out of shop, but yeah, what a great car. It runs terrific. We have had it on the track. We've tested it out. Very excited to bring it here to the M1 track and have some fun with it.
Yeah, how cool is it as well to be able to help honor Al Unser Jr.? There's some really historically significant cars. We've gotten to know Al in the last couple of years. How cool is it to be able to know Al and to honor him with this car this weekend?
It's just terrific. Al is a great guy. He is the driving steward for the Vintage Indy Group. Keeps us all kind of in line, gives us the benefit of his experience. But it's just wonderful that he is being honored and we're able to have this car here. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Absolutely. We are looking forward to seeing you and this car on track all weekend long.
Thank you very much.
And there is little Al behind the wheel of the Vintage Indy Dallara EXP pace car. Been so cool this year. Again, I am also the voice of the Vintage Indy series. It's been really cool to welcome in Dallara this year. We've been able to partner with them and have that really, really cool Dallara EXP as a part of our race weekends every single time out throughout our 2025 schedule, which is concluding here this weekend. More information on the Vintage Indy series, by the way, at Vintage Indy TM on Instagram. You can find Vintage Indy on Facebook as well. And you can see some updates in terms of where we're going to be next year with the Vintage Indy series, as well as we are once again excited to conclude our season at the American Speed Festival as everybody follows around Al Unser Jr. under the pace laps, and then it'll be a line of 3 Eagles at the front of the field, the first of which is that car we just mentioned, talking to Jim Weddle about. And for the first time on track this weekend, Ted Warner, who works here at the M1 Concourse. He was instrumental this year in putting this event together, also one of our longtime competitors with the Vintage Indy Series. He's got that Swede Savage Patrick Racing STP Eagle with us this weekend, and will be back a part of running around the racetrack here at the M1 Concourse today. So I'm glad to see that Ted was able to get his car out on track this afternoon. The NASCAR is thundering to the grid as well right now before we get those Indy cars wound up on the 1.5-mile circuit at the American Speed Festival and the M1 Concourse. Another lap here behind Little Al before we'll get things up to speed. That Little Al car that Jim talked about, again, the rookie year for Al Unser Jr., an 83 Eagle with that boundary layer adhesion technology, one of two Blatt, as they were known, cars with us this weekend. The early onset of ground effects aerodynamics. I mean, just such a radical design for that era. But Little Al, with that Eagle 83 chassis, Cosworth DFX power plant, finished 7th in points that year, 2 podiums, and was, though, the Rookie of the Year at the Indianapolis 500. Started 5th, would finish 19th that year, but an impressive Indianapolis 500 for a Little Al that year in that Coors Light Blatt Eagle that is pacing the field around right now. Second in line, the car that we got on screen, then is the number 40, the Dayglow Orange STP machine, the Patrick Racing Eagle, a tribute to Swede Savage. And Savage, we got to hear a little bit, his daughter Angela was part of that panel discussion yesterday, talking about drivers, the last couple drivers that have lost their lives too early at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and within the Indy 500. In that case, all coming in turn 4 crashes. But Swede Savage, you look back at his career, you know, won 1970 in an Indy car at Phoenix. He was a factory driver for AAR, moved on to race for the Patrick Racing team as their premier driver in 73, where he suffered the crash. But he ran in NASCAR for Holman and Moody. He ran for AAR in Trans Am as the team car to Dan Gurney and suffered that crash on lap 55 in the 500. Now, interestingly, his teammate Gordon Johncock would win the Indy 500 in 1973 that year. So that's certainly an interesting point to look at the Frosty Acres Lightning, the number 7 machine. Brent LeKelp out of Indianapolis, Indiana, restored to the 1978, that one restored to its 1979, I should say, livery, 78 car. Steve Krisilov was behind the wheel in the 79 500, finished 11th after starting 28th. The year before, that car was run by Pancho Carter in the very first ever Budweiser sponsorship on a car, and that car's been all over, has run overseas in some big-time events as well in terms of its history as a restored race car. So that's the 7, the Frosty Acres Lightning machine. Is everyone right now continuing to follow Al Unser Jr. around before we get going, though? Point by Brent. So Brent's a pretty quick driver, by the way. He has an Indy Lights, Formula Atlantic, whatever you may have called it based on that year. Now it's Indy Next. But he ran up the IndyCar ladder in terms of the development ladder as a driver as well. So he's one of the quicker guys that we have out there with the Vintage Indy Series behind the wheel of that car. Cars ranging all the way from 1960 through 1990 with us on track this weekend at the American Speed Festival. So if you're a fan of the front engine machines, we certainly have a couple of those with us this weekend. If you are a fan of the original move to rear engine cars, the original dynamic or aerodynamics being added on to the race car, have that all the way through the kart era, through the 1980s and into the 1990s. There is one of the standouts, the tribute car to the 1965 Indianapolis 500, that 98 car in white. O'Calhoun, Parnelli Jones drove to the win, started on pole, won the race that year, and it was a race filled with controversy in 1963 as the rear engine revolution was beginning. Jim Clark was there with his Lotus, Colin Chapman, the owner, and there was quite a bit of discussion. J.C. Agajanian, the owner, was on that 98 car. There was some smoke, there was some oil starting to pour from the back of the O'Calhoun and Parnelli's car down the stretch run in that race. There was the potential of a black flag being thrown because of it. There was a discussion of officials. In the end, they didn't throw it. If you want to say it was thrown because that was the American front engine car versus the Lotus Invader that would have won the race instead, I think certainly you could probably make that argument years gone by. But Parnelli Jones, of course, is deserving of a driver as you could imagine, winning the Indianapolis 500 in 1963, doing it from dominant speed on the pole that year. And Dr. Bob Dix out of the Indianapolis area, a longtime competitor with the Vintage Indy cars, the Vintage Indy Series, bringing that with us here once again to the American Speed Festival and the Travel on Trailer Special. Just behind as well, a car that was driven in that look by Jim Hurtubise in his rookie start in the 1960 Indy 500, where he would finish 18th and put on a show as well that year in qualifying. Talked a little bit about that yesterday as well. Another one of the Eagles with us on screen, the 48. Another one of those black cars that we talked about, Lance Smith out of California, bringing that Mike Mosley 1980, the very original version. That's also 1980 Eagle chassis number 1 of the Ground Effects Eagle cars. Ran 5 races, an all-oval schedule in 1980. Wound up finishing tied for 41st in owners' points that season for Mike Mosley behind the wheel of the factory 48 AAR, All-American Racers Dan Gurney machine. I think I said 3, I think it's 4 Eagles with us this weekend, because you also can count on the blue number 7, the Dan Gurney Olsenite Eagle backup car from that year's Indianapolis 500. So a lot of Eagles and a lot of Dan Gurney's legacy is well represented at the American Speed Festival this year with the Vintage Indy Series on track. A every year part of this event has been the Vintage Indy Series here at the American Speed Festival. Excited to have him back. A lot of great cars to check out. Of course, these cars on track in the paddock, but some display-only cars as well that are with us. 1974 Lindsey Hopkins Riley Offenhauser is with us in the event center. That 65 Novi, Al Unser Jr.'s Penske Marlboro Beast car, a Pepsi Challenger Eagle. There's a Parnelli Foyt car, Scott Brayton's Quaker State Lola from 1975, and a few other really cool ones, all a part of the weekend here, displayed back in the plaza along with in the event center. Greg Goodman is out of Nashville, Tennessee. He's got the Haviland Kmart Mario Andretti, the newest car with us, Mario Andretti Lola, a Chevy engine power plant behind that Lola. T9000 chassis finished 7th, did Mario in kart points in 1990. Son Michael had 5 wins. Also his teammate that year, Al Jr., master of motorsports in 1990, was the champion of the kart season. So that car from 1990, looking at really the peak of technology, I think, relative to the rest of the racing world that IndyCar found in the early 90s in the kart era, and those Lola chassis in particular, the low slung, and I think still one of the coolest cars, that car in its road course trim that you have found, I think, in the history of IndyCar. Really cool looking. A unique livery design that year as well, as they added the teal in during that era on those Haviland Newman Haas cars. NASCARs will be next on track. Then we'll have the competition stuff with both the ASF Cup along with the El Rock to close the morning. We do it all again in the afternoon. Make sure you stay with us at the end of everything, because right down here by us on the pit lane, we're going to have the podium presentation at 4:05 and be able to honor those winners from the ASF Cup along with the El Rock.
That'll put the exclamation point on the weekend of the American Speed Festival 2025 edition, as we have the victory ceremonies right here on the grid in front of the PA trailer. We're going to have a podium set up and award our champions of the ASF Cup as well as the Ladies Race of Champions. And don't forget, we're going to have the meet and greet with the Michigan Junior Racing drivers and the Ladies Race of Champions at 11:45 today. We are confirming the location of that. It was going to be at the paddock. Not sure if it is now, but I'll find that out and we'll make sure everybody knows, so you can be there to witness that. Should be good, seeing these young lady racers from the state of Michigan meeting the stars of the Ladies Race of Champion El Rock Series here at the American Speed Festival.
Look at one of those Eagles we talked about, waving by a couple of other competitors. Phil Gumpert out of Indianapolis in the 1969 Olsenite AAR Eagle. This was the backup car to Dan Gurney's number 48 that would finish 2nd in that year's Indianapolis 500, the top finish for Dan Gurney in the Indy 500, and doing so, of course, behind the wheel of one of his own cars, a unique design coming right from that era of where by the mid-60s everyone was running engines in the rear. 64, the final year that a front-engine roadster won the Indy 500, and the beginning of some of the aerodynamics. You see the rear spoiler on the back of that car. By the time you get to like that orange Swede Savage car that we talked about a bit earlier on, that's when you get the bolt-on wings being added with the changing of the rules packages in IndyCar and USAC competition, as was the sanctioning body throughout that era of the sport. things really exploding throughout this era. I mean, again, you've got 1969, a car that looks like this. By 10 years later, you have that Frosty Acres car that just passed it on track a moment ago. And then just 2-3 years after that, you get a look at like what you see on the screen right now when you get the ground effects cars that were then taking place throughout the early 1980s. So again, it's within, these two cars on your screen, those are only 2 or 3 years apart. So it's amazing how in that 10-year period, how you go from 15-year period, really, if you expand it, you go from front-engine roadsters that are more or less the same as what were used right after the end of World War II, used all the way through the mid-60s, won through all the way through the mid-60s, and then from 65, when you get Jim Clark winning for the first time in a rear-engine car, and then within 10, 15-year period, you go from engines in the front to not just engines in the back, but cars that have ground effects aero on them. It's the most incredible era of IndyCar in terms of year-over-year development with the cars.
And innovation and ingenuity. Just everybody had an idea. Some worked, some didn't. But you're exactly right. There was a long span there where, honestly, the cars didn't change that much. It was basically a roadster, a few bells and whistles here and there, hard tires, narrow tires, and then all of a sudden Jim Clark comes with this little tub of a car. It was more than half the size, but at a glance looks like half the size of a roadster. And he's out there, I always looked at that going, he's looking up at these cars when he's passing them. I mean, he's set so low in the car. And he, we got the Frosty Acres car off.
It looks like Brent has spun that one off somewhere around the 1.5 mile circuit here at the M1 Concourse and installed it. So they'll have to go retrieve that Lightning chassis number 7 car off the circuit.
But you take those rear-engine cars that hit Indy in the mid-'60s, and as you said, the next 10 to 15 years, the changes, the innovations that took place on building those cars, on trying to make them fast, finding out what works, what doesn't work, with, compared to today, a limited amount of technology to do that. It was amazing what these engineers could develop with what they had to work with.
Yeah, no, it certainly, and like we said, I mean, what's interesting too about that era, because as you said, the knowledge of aerodynamics, the ability to do wind tunnels and do the tests that we have today weren't there. So a lot of what was done was just off of what kind of was in the mind of the engineers of what should work. This is what should punch through the air. This is what should, operate correctly. It's interesting because the mind would certainly tell you we need something sleek. We need something that looks like those cigar-shaped cars from the 1960s. But what we a lot of times know today, in terms of when you look at an F1 car today, with a lot of the aerodynamics they do, it's a lot of more blunt edges to things. It's creating elements that would, to someone from the 60s that didn't have an idea of aerodynamics and downforce, they would probably think that doesn't work. What are you doing with all these little fingers and blunt edges on things? And now we know that it is the opposite that actually works. You think of the 15 to 2017 era of IndyCar when they had the aero kits that were bolted on those cars, and how Chevy and Honda were allowed to develop just these wild looks off the back, and then of course the front element wings as well, and they just had these big bolted on essentially looking elements of aerodynamics that were on those race cars. And that's kind of what they learned, is we're able to just put these blunt force edges with all these different fingers to add this aerodynamic element to it. And it's interesting how what the mind may think and what the mind did think throughout the 60s is what would work properly winds up not actually being what we now know with all the aerodynamic knowledge and things that have been added on in the last 40, 50, 60 years.
Well, when you think about, of course, now we have an official debrief on all the cars when they come in. The driver sits down with the engineers. They look at the computer. And they see, where they can go faster, where they're losing time, where their strengths are, what the car's doing at what RPM, so on and so forth. And then you rewind back into the 60s and 70s. The debrief was the driver getting out of the car because there was no radio going, man, this thing, I go to turn it in turn 3 and it wants to go straight. Now they're thinking, geez, what do we do with that wing? We should change it, but we don't want to make it worse. And some of it had to just be by the seat of their pants. All right, we'll lower it a little bit. Let's see if that helps. And maybe it did. Then they know they were going in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, nowadays, with the amount of testing that they do with some of the Indy cars starting to come off the track here, by the way, at the end of the session. But you think about with today, with the amount of simulations and simulator work that teams do, I mean, they've got guys flying. I know I believe the Honda simulator is in Indianapolis, and I think the Charlotte simulator for teams is or the Chevy simulator is in Charlotte. So with the bulk of the teams outside Team Penske based in the Indianapolis area. Dale Coyne Racing, I think, is in the Chicago area still. But those drivers are weekly there doing simulator runs to get ready, and typically you've got to roll off good on a weekend because everyone's doing the same sort of simulator runs that get you really close, and they typically come with 2 or 3 different setups on a race weekend that they know one of them is going to have to work, and you're going to just tweak from there. No one just shows up to the track completely blind nowadays planning on making those changes. You have to be able to make those changes in the simulator during the week, show up to the racetrack ready to go, and typically, you look at it, guys that are fastest in the first session that did that sim work best, they typically are fastest all the way through the weekend and on to Sunday. Yeah,
good point. And so the technology is just so far beyond what anyone would ever have thought. And but it's, for the most part, it's the same for everybody. You've got to prepare in that manner, but not like it used to be, that's for sure. And as we see some of these old Indy cars, you realize those drivers literally did drive by the seat of their pants. And if the car was loose, they just corrected it with the steering.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Indy cars coming off the track. That means we're going to make a little bit more thunder. It'll be the NASCARs coming on to the circuit next year at the American Speed Festival. All right, the NASCAR vintage stock cars onto the track here at the M1 Concourse again for their first run of the Sunday at the American Speed Festival. A couple unique ones out there in the car that somewhat recently finished its restoration. A guy that's been with us a couple years here at the American Speed Festival. Keith Vrabik brought the old Milwaukee sportsman car for Tim Richmond this year. I had a chance to catch up with Keith on load-in day back on Friday. He took us through the details of that really unique old Milwaukee Tim Richmond sportsman car. Making the long trip all the way up from Georgia, Keith Vrabik has brought a different car than what he had last year at the American Speed Festival. A really, really cool one, a Tim Richmond sportsman car. First off, thanks for making the trip up to the American Speed Festival, Keith, but tell us a little bit about this car, because it's got a really, really cool story behind it in terms of this car on track back in the 80s, ownership group, everything.
This is a 1975 Ventura, which was a ubiquitous sportsman car. It seemed like everybody had it because of the front end being sloped, and everybody built one. Well, Ed Whitaker built this car, that's why it has a 77 on it, and he used it with Tim Richmond on bigger tracks, Charlotte, Talladega, Daytona, Darlington as well. And this was something that Tim got to use to get more experience at these tracks. Now, the thing about it is Tim was under contract with Blue Max, and Blue Max ended up buying the car and using this car not only for Tim, but also for Sammy Swindell. It was, again, a car to use to get more experience. It's a sportsman car, so it's not a NASCAR Cup car, but it still has a 358 cubic inch Chevrolet engine, still a 4-speed trans, a 9-inch rear.
Tell us about that process, how you found the car, the restoration. I know it's a unique story on how this car got here today.
Some things just bug you until you can get them. In 2009, I was having my 1969 Grand Prix, the Pepsi car I had up here last year, and that was being restored. My restorer, Glenn Seedig, went down to see a man named Bill Ryan, who restores these cars. Bill had shown Glenn some of the cars in his collection, and there's this little Ventura grill, about half of it sticking out from behind a car. And being a Pontiac guy and loving Venturas and all things Pontiac, I immediately called Bill the next day and I said, hey, I'm so-and-so with that other car and I see this Ventura. And Mr. Ryan immediately goes, oh, that's Tim Richmond's Ventura. And then he kept talking, but I only heard, wah, 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 wah. So the car just bugged me and I said, would you ever sell that? I imagine, I babbled that out somewhere in the conversation. Oh, no, that's my favorite car. I can't sell that car. A friend made an offer on one of my street cars. I called Bill. I said, I'm going to sell my favorite car only if you sell me yours. And Bill said, well, give me 3 days and let me think about this. And sure enough, he sold the car, and I couldn't be more happier with it.
This event, the American Speed Festival, you guys made a long trip up, you and your wife, from Georgia the last couple of years to be here at this thing. Why have you decided that the American Speed Festival is an event that's worth coming out to? How much fun do you have coming out to the M1 Concourse every year?
It gives me the opportunity to bring this car out, take it to speed, show people what it's like to have an old, authentic NASCAR race car, but in a non-threatening situation where you can be on the track with people you know and say, hey, look out for this car. I'm going to have long braking points and all that. And there's not a trophy or anything that you can win. So everybody's very courteous to each other.
Well, Keith, thank you. A beautiful car, beautiful restoration. We hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, Nate.
And there is Keith on track in the old Milwaukee 77. Cool to have him back with us again this year. Car he had restored a couple years ago. 1983 season for Tim Richmond. Did run 3 races in the Sportsman Series, only 1 top 20, but again, kind of a recon sort of season, as he did also race for Blue Max Racing in Winston Cup and got his first win at Pocono. We talked a little bit about Tim Richmond, I can think earlier today, yesterday as well, but a guy from the Midwest, from Ohio, but a character, I would say, and maybe a character that we haven't quite seen the likes of afterwards in auto racing. Auto racing became a little bit different type of makeup required out of a driver, and not that he wasn't professional, but off the track, maybe not so much for Tim sometimes, and I think kind of the last of a breed.
Well, the guy could drive anything. A former Indy 500 Rookie of the Year, was very competitive in IndyCar, raced dirt, raced super modified, stock cars, a little bit of everything. And yeah, you know, I guess if you study the history of NASCAR back in the day, pre-Tim Richmond, there were some wild characters then too. But things change over time. But certainly a great talent that we lost way too soon, and many people wonder what he could have accomplished around the time of an Alan Kulwicki and a Davey Alice and all those drivers with so much talent that we just kind of got cheated out of seeing their careers flourish because of some untimely things that cost them their lives. So it's too bad, but again, some of the beauty of these events and the American Speed Festival is we relive those memories, bring them back to life. They're seeing the cars on track and sharing the stories, and we encourage all you fans today, go hear some of those stories. Talk to the owners of these cars and the drivers. If you see a car that you remember from when you were watching races back in the day, go talk to them about your memories as well. They'd love to hear it. That's what this is all about here at the American Speed Festival.
2012 was the first Dodge championship in the top series of NASCAR in the Cup Series since 1975. And in 2012, that blue 2 from Brad Keselowski won the championship. 1988 on screen, Darrell Waltrip behind the wheel of the Tide Monte Carlo. Travis McConnell out of Ohio brought that car up here to the M1 Concourse with us. A couple wins in 1988 for Darrell Waltrip. We talked yesterday about the homologation of the Aero Coupe model of Monte Carlo SS's to run and compete so competitively in the Cup Series. And Darrell Waltrip, of course, names in the sport and important names, I think, in NASCAR, and his transition to being in the booth in an era where NASCAR had unprecedented growth through the early 2000s and really one of the recognizable, voices and faces of the sport. First on track with the sort of career he had, of course, an aggressive battler and a rival of a guy like Dale Earnhardt Sr. through that era, helping lay that foundation. But, his role, I think if you talk to a lot of younger people, you really have to wonder where they view him in terms of being a driver, being a winner of the Daytona 500 versus the guy that was the voice of one of the top broadcast teams, oftentimes the voice of the first half of the season, the Daytona 500 on Fox, through an era where NASCAR just had unprecedented growth, and you had a sport that rivaled and surpassed the viewership numbers of the NFL in that time throughout 2001, 2002, and then through really 05, 06 at the peak of NASCAR.
Well, he made the phrase boogity 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 famous. Every race they handed him the mic and said, kick it off. But that really developed a new era of covering NASCAR races, and he was the character. And they've got some great personalities now, but truly, Darrell Waltrip hasn't been replaced.
No, absolutely not. Ray Evernham's team, number 19, Dodge Factory Effort, talking about Dodge's racing in NASCAR. Talked about yesterday really the different approach of that Evernham team starting in the early 2000s, the 2001 season, really coming to a foothold in 2002 with Bill Elliott behind the wheel. He got a win or two that season. I think he set on the pole in 2002 at the 500 as well, with all the speed that the Dodgers had that year at the Daytona International Speedway in the 500. But a different approach than what NASCAR had really ever seen that team take, and there are still some tentacles of, to some extent, today in Cup racing, of a true factory effort. Those cars didn't run sponsors on them. It was a Dodge factory team with factory backing. And today, while there aren't necessarily factory teams in that same regard, the sport has changed to where you have these tier 1 teams like a Hendrick Motorsports with Chevrolet, like a Team Penske with Ford, that essentially are factory efforts. They get the direct engineering support from the factory, the money, from the factory. Especially you see that with TRD, and really only having they have a couple of their top tier teams at 2311 with Joe Gibbs Racing. That's kind of a concept that wasn't seen at the time as much. I think there, of course, was still some factory backing that went into things, but today the sport has definitely moved to, if you are going to win, you have to be win championships, you have to be one of the tier 1 teams underneath a manufacturer banner. If you want to be competitive, you have to be at least a tier 2 team, like what Trackhouse, for example, is with General Motors. And that's really what it takes to be able to win in terms of the trickle down of the parts you're getting, because NASCAR has gone to, maybe it isn't putting the big logos of the manufacturers on the cars like what Evernham kind of pioneered, but they are really factory efforts nowadays.
Yeah, definitely. And Well, you look at the chase right now, and the top, I think the top 8 drivers are all those top tier teams, and Trackhouse is trying to inch their way in, but you know, the Rovals today, we'll find out how it goes, but those 8 drivers are going to be claimed today, and most of those spots I think are already locked in with those top tier teams. But then, you know, again, we get back to the history, and I see that Tide car out there, just a beautiful paint scheme. I was a big Ricky Rudd fan, and he ran the Tide car after Darrell for Hendrick Motorsports for a few years and had a lot of success with it. The Miller Lite car that Dave Sherman's driving out there, beautiful blue color scheme on that one too. So a lot of good memories of NASCAR back in the day. Darrell won so many races, and you're right. I remember a race at Richmond with Darrell Waltrip and Dale Earnhardt where they basically ran each other right into the fence because they wouldn't give up that last spot on the final lap. I think Dale moved Darrell on the white flag lap, and then Darrell just stuck him in the fence. And neither one, I think, like Bobby Labonte won the race or something because the two of them were in the fence. So that was some pretty wild racing back then. Earnhardt had a lot of rivals, but it made the fans love to wait for Sunday and watch those races.
Yeah, it's interesting, the eras of the sport, because you look at the 80s, you look at the early 90s with Dale Earnhardt, with the style of cars being a big part of it, the way that there was this elbows out racing and that was allowed and definitely not frowned upon, but definitely was something that you looked for in a driver. And then you get into the 90s, and then you get an era of Jeff Gordon, of Mark Martin, you know, those type of guys that are this ultimate, you know, gentleman type driver where they do not rough each other up. That is something that is, you know, incredibly frowned upon. And then at some point in time, we've changed back. And at some point in time, I think maybe it comes with the chase and with the playoff format. You know, I think nowadays guys are a little bit more aggressive, and there's almost a little bit of a throwback to the way that guys did race in the 80s. Now, in the 80s, you guys would just kind of move each other, and there's a little bit of, you know, a little bit of bumping, a little bit of grinding, and there was that sort of style with the rivalries. Nowadays, these guys just dump each other sometimes, some of these kids, and I don't think anyone quite wants to see that. Maybe there's a blend that's needed, but it's fascinating, the ebbs and flows of the sport, where you have that era, you know, of the Mark Martins, the Jeff Gordons, the Jimmy Johnsons, the Dale Earnhardt Juniors that, you know, wouldn't really move people that much in that same capacity outside of short tracks and so forth, where you had to do it, versus today where, you know, full contact is allowed. And my guess is, you mentioned the Rovals this afternoon, I wouldn't be surprised if someone wins that race because they just move someone out of the way at some point in time. As you, well, can anyone catch Shane Van Gisbergen? Maybe not. But, you know, I think that's kind of interesting to think about.
So one of my favorite Ricky Rudd stories, getting back to, like you said, when people moved each other out of the way a little more aggressively, was at Richmond, and he was leading the race with a lap to go, maybe 2 laps to go, and Earnhardt got under him and moved him out of the way. Next lap, they take the white, and Rudd gets under Earnhardt and spins him, but he spins himself. And again, third place driver, they might have been Jeff Bodine, wins the race. And it's public knowledge because it was on the Dale Jr. Download, so you can go watch the Ricky Rudd podcast and Dale Jr. Download, and you hear the story. But I'll summarize it and clean it up a little bit. But Rudd came off the track, and Bill France was waiting for him in his pits. And he took his helmet off, got out of the car, took his helmet off, and Mr. France said, "Are you sorry for what you did?" And Ricky said, "Yes, I am sorry for what I did. I'm sorry I didn't put him through the fence." And that, to me, that gets fans coming back the next week to watch the race, because what's going to happen now, you know? And yeah, I don't know if you have that now, but you're right. As they get closer and closer to the chase, that intensity, the rivalry, the win at all costs sort of thing is more and more prevalent, I think, as the season rolls on.
I mean, look at last week. What happened? 3 teammates essentially all get tangled up. First, you know, Bubba Wallace kind of moves the 20 car out of the way with Christopher Bell. Then on, you know, one of the last laps of the race, or the last lap of the race, Denny Hamlin sends it in there on Bubba. Both fly up the racetrack, and Chase Elliott comes out of nowhere to win. So that is definitely the sort of aggressive racing when you have to win races with the system that NASCAR currently will see. There's some rumors that there may be a little bit of momentum back to a little bit different championship format. So maybe they'll go back to more of an old school format, but for the time being, that's what's required.
I caught on Denny Hamlin's podcast he was talking about the incident with Bubba. And if you watch the video after the race on the cool down lap, Bubba goes by Denny, and let's just say he waves at him, okay? But read between the lines on this. So Bubba kind of waves at him. And so on the podcast, they said, hey, you know, you're his boss. He disrespected you. How could you let him do that? Were you upset? And he had the perfect answer. He said, no, because when we got together, we were both drivers for our teams. And as far as I'm concerned, he was nothing but a driver showing how he felt. He says, if we're at the shop and he does that to me and I'm his boss, that's a different story. So a really good outlook, I thought, by Denny Hamlin. Like, no, he respected the fact that Bubba was upset for what he did to him.
Absolutely, and here we go. Speaking of heat of the competition moments, we're about to get some of those here at the American Speed Festival, as we're going to get the L-Rock and the ASF Cup out onto the track here on the mile-and-a-half circuit at the M1 Concourse. We get the NASCARs off the track. We're going to get the L-Rock ladies ready to rock and roll on the circuit. And as we do that, had a chance to introduce and talk to each of the drivers on their practice day going back a couple days ago into the weekend. So let's play that feature, introducing each of the L-Rock drivers. The L-Rock is underway at the 2025 American Speed Festival. We're meeting each of the competitors, and Laura Hayes is one of the 4 standouts from all different disciplines that are converging here on Pontiac for this event this weekend. Let's take a look at your racing background, Laura. Where are you currently racing? Where have you raced and won in the past?
Yeah, so I started racing as a little kid, started when I was 8, and I've been very lucky to drive a little bit of everything throughout the years. Most recently and notably, this year, SRO GT4 America in a BMW M4 GT4, so I had a lot of fun doing that. And the last couple of years, a Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, probably my favorite thing and craziest of any race I've ever done. Yeah, so here we are today driving some radicals, a little bit different than normal for me.
We've got competitors from all across the motorsports landscape, including a multiple-time champion in a drag car. Megan Meyer is with us this weekend as well. Let's start with that. Tell us about your background and tell us about that transition to go from driving those sort of things to one of these radical beasts.
Yeah, well, you know, I don't know how to turn. I'm used to going straight, so this is a huge learning curve for me, but I'm having so much fun. I've actually wanted to drive a radical car for the last couple of years, so finally got the chance to, and I'm so excited. It's actually easier and way more comfortable than I thought it was going to be, so I'm feeling really good going into this weekend.
Open wheel oval driver turned into road course sports car driver this weekend. Taylor Ferns is here with us at the M1 Concourse. First, tell us about that background that you have, where we normally watch you racing, and how that translates, I guess, somehow into one of these cars.
Yeah, so I typically race cars completely different from this, you know, an open wheel style, but sprint cars, non-wing pavement sprint cars, and USEC Silver Crown cars. So we typically race on pavement ovals all throughout the Midwest, typically Indiana, Illinois, Ohio, Michigan. So yeah, it's been something I've been doing for a long time, and I'm really passionate about it, but I'm excited to try something new. I love challenges, and so I'm really looking forward to this opportunity.
We have one of the most experienced competitors in this field and one of the greatest women's drivers that we've seen in the last couple of decades here around the world. 5 times started the Nürburgring 24-hour, 7 times the Indianapolis 500. Pippa Mann is here with us. How excited are you to be a part of this event here at M1 this weekend?
It's so fun to be here at M1 Concourse, taking part in this weekend, driving these radicals around this racetrack. But you were talking about my accolades, but it's not just me here this weekend. We have Megan Meyer, who is a 2-time drag racing champion. We have Taylor Ferns, who was the first woman to win in a Silver Crown car. And we have Laura Hayes, the fastest woman ever up Pikes Peak Hill Climb. That's a pretty cool lineup you guys have got taking on your track this weekend in these radicals.
Getting up to speed with day 2 of the Ladies Race of Champions, all equally prepared Radical Cup cars out on the track, and that is Laura Hayes that you see on your screen. She was the quickest yesterday, set a 106.955 lap time, and was able to, by about a second and a half, pull away from Pippa Mann, who set a 106.527, so 1.57 seconds. The gap between the top two competitors. Laura was unbelievably good yesterday. Taylor Ferns was the third quickest, about 7 seconds off that lap time. And the interesting thing, Randy, we saw with the LROC competitors yesterday is all of them got faster in the heat of the day in their second session as they continue to get more comfortable in these race cars. There really weren't anyone in the ASF Cup cars outside of a couple of different competitors that went faster in the afternoon and the morning session, but all of these ladies, as they're getting more comfortable, the tracks they've never driven on, in a car they've never been in, have been getting faster and faster. I would fully expect that Laura Hayes and the rest of the group are going to go really, really quick today, and especially this morning.
Yeah, I think you hit on it. The difference, quite frankly, is the drivers in the ASF Cup are used to the cars, so they're just trying to gain speed, but they know the setup, they understand the feel of the car. With the Ladies Race of Champions, even Laura Hayes, this is a new car for her, even though the racing discipline she's in, she's probably more familiar with and in a recent manner than any of the drivers, and it shows. But each driver's getting faster because they're learning the car. So even if the track is a little slower, I think the gains they're making by getting more familiar and more comfortable with the car will overwhelm that fact that maybe the track is a little slower in the heat of the day. And again, I think Megan Myers and Taylor Ferns, although they're off a few seconds from Pippa Mann and Laura Hayes, those two drivers have gotten faster in every session, and that tells me their talent and the fact that they're learning the car and they have the ability to take advantage of that knowledge to go faster.
We just saw Pippa Mann have a bit of a moment right there, locked it up, heading into the hairpin, the right-hander at the base of the racetrack before the straightaway as she's starting to find a little bit of speed in the race car, trying to get things up to speed. Laura Hayes in the 109 bracket, Pippa Mann in the 110 bracket as they're warming up and trying to bring the tires up to temperature, but certainly having that lock-up moment not going to help the balance of the race car for Pippa Mann, and especially, again, with cooler conditions now than what we expect in the heat of the afternoon, and Pippa having to find all of that time here to be able to erase and move ahead with the second and a half gap that she has. It's going to be critical to set a time likely here this morning. So once again, the format here is yesterday's top time, which did belong to Laura Hayes by about a second and a half, will be added to today's top time. For all the competitors, the lowest cumulative will be the winning time out of everybody. Laura Hayes is in the 108 bracket, a 108.975 on her last lap, a 110.922. The fast time for Pippa Mann, a little bit slower on her last lap after she had that lockup moment. Taylor Ferns sitting in the 113 bracket, 113.287. So she's gotten a bit faster, about second from what Taylor was able to do yesterday. And Megan Meyer finding quite a bit of speed as well. She's down to the 114.6 bracket. So I've been, and you've mentioned this throughout the weekend, so impressed with both Megan and Taylor coming from a very, very different style of racing and adapting to a car that has downforce, a car that has to turn left and right, a new track that they each have never been on. This is a look at Megan Meyer, by the way, on the big boards and on your screen. I've been really impressed, of course, with what Laura and Pippa have been able to do, and especially Laura running away from the field with the amount of speed that she has. But for the other two, being completely foreign to this style of racing, the amount of gains that they've made going from maybe close in some cases to being 10 seconds off the pace to now closing that gap to being just a couple seconds off as Megan Meyer loops it around in the extended right-hand carousel section of the racetrack, able to get the binders locked on just as we're talking to her, but able to save the race car right there as she was looking to push things a little bit on her best time of a 114.6, so we'll have a local yellow here on the racetrack. But still, the point stands what I was making, Randy, of so impressive to be able to step behind the wheel of a new kind of car like this and be able to show the gains that they have throughout the weekend.
You think these girls are on the edge a little bit? Holy cow. That just shows you Megan Myers trying to find a little bit more speed. She's back under power now and back on track. She's going to come in, probably see if maybe she flat spotted the tires or something. She's going to check the car out. But just trying to find that ragged edge and, just stepped a little bit over it. But Megan Myers will be back out, hopefully to get some more seat time in there and maybe get a little bit quicker. But Laura Hayes has been the driver to beat all weekend.
This is Taylor Ferns that you're seeing on the screen. First female to ever win a 500 Sprint Car Tour race, hails from this part of the state of Michigan as well, from the east side. So Michigan native back home this weekend, and Taylor has been wheeling that car into a personal best for the first time. She's sub minute 13 at a 1:12.992. Laura Hayes, by the way, is running down with her faster times down in the 1:08.284 bracket. Pippa Mann has also gone sub 1:09. She's at a 1:08.896. So still, though, it is advantage Laura Hayes, who is still a bit off yesterday's pace. I find kind of curiously on the track temperatures for as quick as they were going in the heat of the afternoon. A little bit cooler track temps right now. Everyone is about a second or so, a little bit slower, at least in those top times with Laura and Pippa, a little bit off of what their times were yesterday. So be curious as they get those tires up to temperature and in the window for a quick run, if we're going to see those lap times potentially fall from yesterday. But I mean, Laura, I think, was about the second. She's sub 1:08 now, the 1:07.965, but she was right around the, I think, second quickest, third quickest overall lap. Only was beaten, I think, by that 296 Ferrari of Joe Cawley. She beat all the other ASF Cup competitors with similar cars as well. So you can just about put her in that unlimited car class outside of just this, standard vehicle competition here in the L Rock.
And what I've noticed in your report there is that the gap between Laura Hayes and Pippa Mann has closed. It was a second half yesterday. It's about 7/10 today. So Pippa has found some speed to gain on Laura, but because she dug herself a hole yesterday of a second and a half, she just to get back even, she's got to be a second and a half quicker today. That's a lot for her to gain with the laps already that Laura's logging in this morning.
Yeah, Laura putting in a 1:11.8 last time. She got caught up behind a little bit of traffic, so now into some clear space. Let's see what that blue Radical is going to be able to do for Laura Hayes. Moves herself into the back part of the racetrack. This is the real power part of the track as we'll ride along and watch here with Laura Hayes into the very tricky right-hander that we saw Pippa Mann have a lockup moment in a few laps ago. Takes that late apex approach and jumps on the throttle. The long back straightaway, maybe a bit of a wiggle right there, getting under the power for Laura Hayes, and she will power her way all the way down to the back part of the racetrack. A right-hander comes up after this. Not quite as tight of a braking zone of the last one that she had, but still a bit of a wide approach on this, and now makes the climb up the hill. Speaking of climbing the hill, she is the fastest woman ever up the mountain at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Did that last year in a GT4 car. Winding her way into the stadium section and the extended right-hand corner. Her best time today, a 1:07.9. We'll see if Laura is going to be able to improve on it, this time by the stripe. She goes past the line. Laura Hayes this time with her fastest lap time of the day, right in that same range, this time a 1:07.93 for Laura Hayes. So she's back on the pace as we now look at Taylor Ferns. Taylor Ferns finding some big time speed today as she's been closing the gap to everyone else. She was in the 114 bracket yesterday. She's gone sub 112. Taylor, a 111.9. Her last lap was also her fastest lap of the weekend, going past the stripe. This time she went faster yet, a 111.5 for Taylor Ferns, the USAC Silver Crown and 500 Sprint Car Tour competitor, getting used to turning right along with left. And boy, she is finding a lot of speed right now as she's chopped 2.5 seconds or so off of her best time from yesterday already as well out there. Pippa Mann, by the way, a 1:08.736 is her fastest time, chasing Laura Hayes' fastest today of a 1:07.9. So Laura was fastest by a second and a half yesterday, and she is fastest by a little over a second right now today as well. Only at the moment extending her grasp onto the first ever L Rock Championship and the $10,000 scholarship that's also handed out as a part of this award. So a big opportunity for the GT4 competitor Laura Hayes. She's already made a statement this weekend, and she's only extending that statement into the Sunday competition today. Last time going a little bit faster yet, by the way, for Laura, 1:07.4 now her best time. Pippa Mann also with her fastest of the day, a 1:08.5 is the lap time she's sitting at. Taylor Ferns, a 1:11.5, and Megan Meyer going back a 1:14.2 is her quickest of the weekend. This is Laura Hayes that you once again are watching out on the 1.5-mile circuit here at the M1 Concourse right in downtown Pontiac, Michigan, the old GM truck plant that was located, turned into this really unique motorsports facility. Pippa Mann working around the racetrack. See her on the big board as Laura Hayes at the same time is flashing by the start-finish line. Was Laura able to improve her lap time this time? We'll wait and see if she was able to. She is. Laura Hayes down into the 107.23 bracket. So Laura starting to close in on some of the lap times that she was able to run yesterday, as she was the only competitor to, well, first off, she's the only competitor to be in the sub 108 bracket, but she was in the sub 107 bracket, ran a 106.9 as her best time yesterday, now down to the 107.2 range. So Laura Hayes is continuing to increase her advantage that she already had from yesterday into Sunday here at the El Rock. It is the ASF Cup next with 2 different run groups, 3 different classes that will take to the racetrack, and after this, only one more chance to improve your lap times for the El Rock. They end the day right before we get into the podium celebration, where we will be crowning this year's champion at the American Speed Festival. Megan Meyer back out on the racetrack after she went for that loop back at the beginning of the session. She is down with her best lap time, by the way, of the day, a 1:12.5. You got to be just increasingly impressed. I mean, she and Taylor Ferns have each been able to chop off 5 or 6 seconds of lap time and getting pretty close to the rest of their competitors. At the same time, Pippa Mann is coming in pit side, by the way, wrapping up her run in the El Rock as she tries to do all she can to chase down Laura Hayes, who was the fastest yesterday, and Laura the fastest today as well, a 1:07.2, the lap time from Laura Hayes. Pippa Mann has found, with her last lap, the sub 108 bracket for the first time this weekend. Pippa Mann sitting at a 1:07.98 lap time. Taylor Ferns, a 1:11.1, her best time of the weekend, and the same can be said in terms of best time of the weekend for Megan Meyer at a 1:12.5. So everyone keeps getting faster. That is El Rock session number 1 in the books, and it ends with the same top 4 that we had yesterday, and it ends in a similar fashion with Laura Hayes looking to run away with the competition. Pippa Mann has closed that gap in terms of pace, with Laura sitting at a 1:07.2, Pippa sitting at a 1:07.9, but after a 1.5-second gap was built yesterday, Pippa Mann is going to have to find a huge advantage this afternoon and find a lot of lap time if she's going to be able to come anywhere near matching Laura Hayes, who so far has dominated the competition. ASF Cup cars are going to be next down to the track here at the American Speed Festival. ASF Cup cars beginning their warm-up laps here for their second day of competition, and we'll split it into 2 different run groups right here to get the cars out onto the track. It's primarily here starting out with the Production Street category. We've got 3 different classes of this year's American Speed Festival Cup: Production Street, Closed Wheel Race, along with Purpose-Built Race. Here's a look at your top competitors after the first day of competition. Same rules as we talked about with the El Rock, where the best time from yesterday added to the best time today. Mickey Ashpole right now is the quickest in Production Street with a 77.224 best lap time. Shasta Ashpole just behind him with a 74.339 best lap time. Michael Kazbuski then with a 78.7 is about 0.4 of a second off. So both of the Ashpoles are very, very close to each other, just about a 1/10 of a second. The gap between each of those 2 competitors, both are in Porsches. Mickey has got a 2024 Porsche Turbo S. Shasta is in a 2023 911 GT3 out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. So Those two are razor thin, just a tenth of a second the difference. So that really can go anywhere in production street. Closed wheel race. Joe Cawley is the quickest over Jeff Cawley. That's the 296 Ferrari Challenge car that is quickest by 1.2 seconds over the Dallara EXP. Michael Merritt is next with a lap time that's 2.4 seconds off the pace in a EXP of his own. Purpose-built race cars. Ken Hollowell in a Radical SR10 right now is the fastest lap time with a 109.6 best time. Iris Fraze also in a Radical just behind that with a 110.5 lap time, 9/10 of a second off. So all of these ASF Cup championships certainly are up for grabs. They're actually closer than what the LROC was. All three championships here, competitions after that first day of competition. So we're going to get everyone back out on the track here. Going to start turning some lap times and seeing what is going to happen first off with the production street class that is on the racetrack this afternoon or late morning here first. They'll get 2 runs at it today. Has some lap times, early lap times getting turned in here right now. Shasta Ashpole, talked about that competition going on. 114.684 the best time. Michael Kazbuski, 118.368. Just behind in that battle in production street as everyone chasing the Mickey Ashpole time in the 114 range. So Shasta right around the lap times that were set yesterday, a little bit slower here this morning. Just like what we saw, interestingly, of course, in the LROC with some of the top lap times, at least for Laura Hayes, a little bit slower this morning than what she was able to turn yesterday afternoon out on the track here at the American Speed Festival. ASF Cup Day 2. The first lap times went over a minute ago where that competition is sitting, and the production street cars right now all looking to, for the most part, get their lap times turned in and see where their competition is going to be able to go. Joe Cawley has the fastest overall time, by the way, still of the weekend, and that 296 Ferrari that we're going to see, the challenge car that we'll see on the racetrack as part of the second run group for the ASF Challenge. Look at the Dark Horse Mustang turning laps out there right now. Brand new car, of course, heavily trying to feature some of those American cars. Of course, here in the Motor City, some of the Thunder that we've been able to see here at the American Speed Festival, and the ASF Cup is no stranger to that. 129, the best lap time for Daniel Assenmacher so far in this Sunday at the American Speed Festival. Jeremy Sutton in that CA Corvette running some fast times. His last was in the 116 bracket, but a 113.79, I think, is the fastest of the class that we've seen today on track in terms of lap times this morning. So getting that thing tuned up right now for the Sunday runs at least, and looking pretty good. That's a car that is on some Michelin Racing slicks if you see it up close and personal. So a car that certainly has an ability to generate some lap time and has been able to do that here throughout the weekend so far. A look at some other lap times being set here this morning. Shasta Ashpole, best time now for the first time down in the sub 114 lap time, bettering yesterday's time. 113.69 is the best there. Michael Kezbuski is in the 118.030 range. Daniel Ostenbacher, a 129 lap time of some of the best that we're seeing set right now out here during the morning of the second day of the American Speed Festival Cup. The next run group, some of the big-time performance cars, the prepared race cars, the closed wheel race class along with the purpose-built race class, both getting ready to roll onto the track, including right in front of our broadcast position, Joe Cawley, who's got the fastest overall lap time of the weekend, getting to roll out onto the circuit. Lotus Evora GT, that is Michael Kezbuski. Mentioned his best time right now is sitting at a 118.030. A couple of quick laps as he was able to get sub 120 for the first time, and doing it in the 118 and closing in, maybe even getting to the 117 bracket with his last couple of laps. Again, came in third after the first day of competition in the production street class. Had to make up nearly 5 seconds though off the top time, but he is about 7/10 or so quicker than that Lotus was setting its best times at yesterday on day one of the ASF Cup. So we got the second session here of the Cup coming up in just a few moments, and then also right after that, we're gonna have Randy go on down for that cool presentation of the female short track champions around the state of Michigan. They're going to get to meet the L Rock drivers coming up with a little bit of a fun meet and greet. Hopefully some interviews in there as well about a cool part of this weekend, honoring with L Rock and the Shift Up Now Foundation that is putting on the event and being able to honor some of the future of racing along with the present that we've had on the racetrack here at the M1 Concourse this weekend. Josh Ashpole in the Porsche, best lap time down to a 1:13.691 today, 1:16.3. The best lap time from, or the last lap time, I should say, and remember Shasta coming just a tenth of a second off Mickey Ashpole's best time from yesterday, setting a 1:04.3 versus a 1:04.2. So things were very, very tight at the top of the production street class coming into the day, and so far that has remained the case as we're getting down into the final laps being turned in the first session of the day of the ASF Cup before we'll get some of the race cars and the purpose-built machines out onto the track for their couple of classes right after this. Group 1 car starting to pull down pit lane, so we're going to get the second group of the ASF Cup onto the track now for the run of the day. Everyone will get one more chance here that you've already seen on track to get onto the track as part of the afternoon lap time and the very, very tight competition at the top of really all three of our classes have right around a second or less after yesterday between the competitors, so it's going to take finding some time if you're going to be able to make up a gap, of course, from All right, second run of the ASF Cup coming on to the racetrack here at the M1 Concourse. Time to set some quick times once again. Just a recap with the race categories. Joe Cawley over Jeff Cawley by 1.2 seconds in closed wheel race. Michael Merritt 2.4 seconds off their best pace. In purpose-built race, Ken Hollowell is 0.9 of a second up over Iris Fraze as we head into the final day. That is Jeff Cawley that you see on your screen right now in the Dallara EXP trying to chase down Joe, who's got the 296 Ferrari Challenge car. Once some of those lap times start rolling in, they get things up to temperature, we'll be able to take a look at where things are at here for Sunday at least. After everybody was able to find their lap times yesterday, we'll see what kind of adjustments they're able to find overnight to get ready for this run. Again, we anticipate, I think it's pretty similar between the two sessions, but you can anticipate a little bit cooler conditions probably now in terms of the track temperature especially than what we'll have this afternoon, unless maybe we get some cloud cover or some changes in that regard. So likely, like we saw yesterday, it's probably going to be your fastest lap times are set in the morning session rather than the afternoon. I think Joe Cawley went a little bit faster in the afternoon, but everyone else yesterday went faster in their morning session. Everyone's still really just getting things up to temperature. Ken Hollowell is in the 121 range, the same for Sailor Fraze. Iris Fraze right now with a relatively quick time in the 113 bracket, same for Jeff Cawley, but both of them are a few seconds off of their fastest time. So I think in the next lap or two, we're going to start seeing the tire temperatures coming up and the speeds of these runs starting to come down at the same time. Joe Cawley set a 107.775 on his last lap, getting that 296 Ferrari Challenge car up to speed. Seb Coppola is in the 111.7 range right now. Frank Mosseri's got the 270 on your screen, the 488 Ferrari Challenge car, a 109.926, his fastest lap of the session. Last time a 110.352 is what he was able to set. Just saw Joe Cawley flash by the line. See if he's been able to improve overall. His best time is from this morning, I should say, from when he got the test run, was in the 106 range. That's where he was yesterday, 109.2 his lap that time. So still a few seconds off getting the tires up to temperature and bringing things for whatever that peak lap may be to find the best lap time possible out on the racetrack. Seeking through, looking at some other lap times. Jeff Cawley, remember, he's chasing Joe. 110.321 last time out in that Dallara EXP. He set his fastest lap of the day, putting that run in. Iris Fraze, a 112.3, her fastest. She ran in a 114 range last time. And Ken Hollowell has set his fastest lap of the day with a 110.2.
Could we please have the female Michigan Track Champions, the 2025 female Michigan Track Champions, Could you please meet Ted Warner at the entrance to the pit by the pedestrian crosswalk? The female Michigan track champions, could you please meet Ted Warner at the entrance to the pits by the pedestrian crosswalk?
There's a look at Joe Cawley, a 109 lap time last time, a little bit quicker that last time into the 108.022 range. This morning, he set a fastest time in his practice session / the sports and endurance session at a 106.346, which is right around more where his lap time was yesterday, with Joe setting a lap time of the 105.9 range. So still a little bit off the pace, as we saw with the L-Rock, a little off the pace of yesterday here on this Sunday. I guess it's a little bit, it's a beautiful day both days, maybe a little bit more heat out there today than yesterday, as everyone's trying to find a little bit of lap time in the morning session, where yesterday we saw the bulk of the fastest times did come from the morning session, but everyone trying to find a little bit of speed. Jeff Cawley finding some good speed right now in that Dallara EXP. He ran a 109.626 for a fast time, has been right around that 109.6 range on his last couple of laps as well. But so far, again, different times yesterday to today that we count. We count the fastest time from today plus the fastest time from yesterday. Lowest cumulative is the winner for both the L-Rock and the ASF Cup this year. But still, speeds are a little bit slower on this second day so far, as everyone's trying to get up to speed with where the track conditions exactly are going to be today. Joe Cawley, 107.365 is his fastest lap of the day, and he's extending right now what the advantage would be over Jeff Cawley with the speeds that he's setting today as well. So able to stretch things right now so far for Joe in that battle versus Jeff in the Cawley battle. 1.2 seconds the gap yesterday, and actually the gap is a little bit bigger right now between them today in the closed wheel race category. Joe Cawley again a little bit faster, down to a 107.3. Remember though, he ran a 105.9 yesterday, so still in that 296 challenge. Ferrari trying to find a little bit of the speed that he had in the race car yesterday. But if his goal is to be faster than Jeff, which he was yesterday, he's doing again today. Jeff Cawley's best time, 109.626, and then that 107.3 from Joe Cawley that was just fired in by the Ferrari on your screen. About Frank Moseria a bit ago as well in that red 488 Ferrari working around the track. He's been pretty quick as well, pretty consistent. 109.6 his last lap time, the best time overall in the 109.3 range. The Dallara EXP of Jeff Cawley on your screen. 109.6 remains the best lap time there. 109.8 was the last lap time for Jeff as he works back towards the back part of the racetrack and tries to improve a little bit more on that. He had a 1.2 second gap that he had to overcome and then beat if he was going to find a way to get past Joe with the speed. So far, having an issue finding that extra speed as he tries to close in and have a big Sunday to try to take home the ASF Cup for 2025. Joe Cawley went a little bit quicker, by the way, last time, 107.287. So he's been super consistent, right down in the same range, the 107.2, 107.3 sort of range with that Ferrari right now, and being pretty consistent around the top spot that we've had in terms of lap times on this Sunday of the ASF Cup. Ken Hollowell and his Radical just found his best lap time of the day, down to the 109.588 range, the fastest that he's been able to get out of that car so far, and finding a little bit more speed as the run goes on. look at Frank Mosseri, best time of 109.378, 110.4. The last lap time for the Ferrari 488 Challenge car, number 270. On the side of that machine for Frank, continuing to turn laps right now as he will work his way into the stadium section, the extended right-hand corner coming up for the 270 car. Let's see if he's able to improve that best time that Frank set. Currently sits at a 109.371. This time flashing by the stripe, the 270 will turn in a 110.7, so still a little off that best time that he sat at a 109.3. During this competition out in Radical machines. Iris, best lap time of 110.9. She was a competitor last year in our first edition of the ASF Cup in the Stiletto Shootout that was a part of that event. Ken Hollowell, 109.5. Talked about his best time a minute ago, also out there in Radical Machinery, a little bit quicker as those two are dueling head-to-head as part of the purpose-built race category. Ken Hollowell yesterday set a 109.6 best lap time, and he's just a bit below that, as I said, at a 109.588. So right around where the lap times were yesterday for Hollowell as well, and he is the quickest in that class, dueling with Iris Fraze, who's a bit behind at the 110.9 lap time versus his 109.5. Checking in on Joe Cawley, last lap time. He got below the 107 threshold for the first time today at a 106.9. Actually, back-to-back laps now has been below the 107 threshold, 106.9. That's his best time, I believe, during this session. His best time overall today listed at a 106.3 that was set back in his morning warm-up, quote-unquote, we'll call it, session during the sports and endurance race session. So he is the first to go below 107 today and extending his grasp that he already had in the closed wheel race category, doing with his dad, as Joe and Jeff have been going head-to-head. It was 1.2 the gap yesterday, and today the gap has been, once again, big time in the advantage of Joe Cawley. His best time, a 106.9. Today, Jeff Cawley, a 109.2. So the gap has actually grown between the two of them on this Sunday, which continues to put Joe, I think, in very, very good position to be this year's ASF Cup champion. Here's a look at the Fraze Radical, 110.7, the best lap time out there from that machine so far in that kind of two-car class between Fraze and Hollowell that we were mentioning a little bit earlier on. See what kind of time the 23 is going to be able to produce coming up towards the stadium section this time. Across the stripe for Iris Fraze was a 110.7 for her best lap time last time by, and this time by goes that much quicker, down to the 109.4 range for Iris Fraze. She now is faster today than what Ken Hollowell is. Ken's best time sitting in at a 109.588 still, and now Iris Fraze is faster for the day with those two dueling radicals. The gap was 9/10 of a second yesterday. She'll have to find a little bit more speed, but Iris right now is faster than Ken in that two-car class, so a big lap time that she's able to throw in to get down into the 109.4 range that last time by. So some good speed right at the end of the session. Jeff Cawley pulling in that Dallara EXP. All right, I think we've got a pretty interesting setup for our Sunday afternoon to close the American Speed Festival Cup later today. Checkered flag is out on this session. That means we also are going to go to our lunch break, but as a big part of that, of course, we're going to have that terrific meet and greet between the L-Rock drivers and the short track women champions from female driver champions from around the state of Michigan. We'll have the Porsche Turbo parade laps coming up as well, much more. And then everything you saw on the track this morning will be back on the track this afternoon at the American Speed Festival.
coming through here. So this is about
This
the best
is about
angle
where
you're
it's
gonna
gonna
get.
go. Remember, he's going to have a whole slew.
I don't see. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to pit road as we're about to meet some of the junior motorsports stars from the state of Michigan. Special thanks go out to the Michigan Auto Racing Club and John Jackson. They oversee short track racing throughout Michigan, and we have got some of the junior motorsports stars throughout our state. Let's first introduce from Owasso Speedway, track champion Abby Maurer. Abby, come on up. Abby, first of all, congratulations on a great season. You run the mini wedge and senior mini wedge, it says. So if you had to think of one time during the season when it's, you know what, that was the night I won the championship, did it go down to the end, or was there one night that you knew that was it, I got this thing figured out?
I want to say it was the second to last race at Owasso. The leader had gotten disqualified, and I was only like 13 points behind him. But he kept getting like more of a points lead on me. So it was a really exciting night for me.
Well, congratulations on a great season, and best of luck in the future. And we're going to get to meet some of the stars that have moved up the ladder in motorsports here in just a moment. Thank you, Abby. Our next champion, also from Owasso Speedway in the mini wedge 6 to 9 division, Kate Maurer. Kate, come on up. Hey, Kate, let me ask you the same question. Come a little closer here so we can get you on camera. What time during the season do you feel was your best night when you thought, you know what, this championship's mine?
Probably the first to last race.
And what happened that night? Did you win?
Not that time.
But you finished decent to keep your points lead?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Well, congratulations. You've had a great season. Let's hope you repeat it in 2026.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kate Maurer, everybody. Gwynlyn Nelson from Mount Pleasant Speedway, champion in the mini wedge class. Gwynlyn, come on up. Gwynlyn, same question. What race was it? Come a little closer here so we get you on camera. What race was it that you feel sticks out in your mind this season is the most important one?
Probably the first race because I won, and then I just kept first place in points.
And you kept it the whole season?
Yeah.
That's quite an accomplishment. Well, congratulations and enjoy your day here at the American Speed Fest.
Thank you.
Gwynlyn Nelson, everybody. Maggie Dickman, come on up. Maggie races out of Mount Pleasant Speedway in sports compacts, a car that you're not allowed to drive on the street, but you can drive on the racetrack. Am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
What night was it? What race was it where you said, man, this is it. I can do this. I'm going to be champion?
Well, I think all of them just being consistent, but me and another driver were going head-to-head the whole season. But I think the last race was when I, really got it.
So it was still in doubt till the last race?
Yeah, a little bit.
That's awesome. Well, congratulations on a great season. Maggie Dickman, everybody. Peyton Crawford from Mount Pleasant Speedway could not be here. So we want to congratulate Peyton on a championship at Mount Pleasant Speedway. But from Merritt Speedway with me is Vivian Nelson. Come on over, Vivian. So, Vivian, you ran the mini wedge class 10 to 14. Tell me the most memorable race of the season for you.
During mid-season, I won like a couple features in a row, so it just kept my points up, and yeah.
Is that when you took the lead in the points?
Yeah.
So you just kept going then. You didn't have any bad nights after that, and you kept the lead and won the championship.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations on a great season.
Thank you.
Vivian Nelson, everybody. Charlie Boyd, come on up. Charlie races out of Northern Michigan Speedway in the ABC stock class. Another champion. Charlie, what is it? Come on around here. Face the camera. What is ABC stock?
It's just like a streak stock class, kind of.
Okay. Come a little bit closer here so we can get you on camera. So, during the season, the most memorable race, which one was it?
Probably when I was fast qualifier and I won my first feature race, and I came from the back.
So you won your first feature race ever this season? And you're track champion?
Yes.
That's pretty impressive. So, was it your first year racing in the ABC stock class?
It was my second.
Second year. Well, congratulations on a great season, your first feature win, and a championship. Best of luck in 2026.
Thank you.
Amelia Kohut. Come on up, Amelia. Amelia was track champ at Arthur Raceway in open cart. Come on around, Amelia. All right, Amelia, same question. What sticks out in your mind this season as your most memorable night at Arthur Speedway?
Honestly, last night, I ran 3 wide with 2 of my best friends, and Chloe Karosky and Alyssa Moody, and we were coming out of 4, and I just swooped down and got in front.
You did the old over and under and got by him. That's awesome. Well, congratulations on a great season and a championship.
Thank you.
Amelia Cohut, everybody. Sarah Bouchard. Come on up, Sarah. Sarah won the championship in Blue Plate Predator. Sarah, your most memorable night of racing at Arthur Speedway this year?
My favorite race was probably last night when I was tied for points, and I just won. Well, I got second because the first guy was super fast because I raced an open this year. So I got second, and then the guy who I was tied for points got 4th. So, yeah.
So you won the championship last night.
I did. I won 2 championships. I won 1 in stock Predator and 1 in open.
Congratulations on a great season.
Thank you so much.
Sarah Bouchard, everybody. And last, Vanessa Gross. Did I say that right? Okay. Come on up, Vanessa. Vanessa was track champion at Arthur Speedway in Clone Masters. So what's that special race this year that really sticks out in your mind that helped you clinch the championship?
I'd have to say last night, me and my competitor were in a tie, so we had to do a 3-lap face-off.
So you did a overtime, 3-lap face-off with your competitors, and you won it?
Yeah, I won it. We were supposed to do it 3 times. I won it within the first 2.
Oh, that's pressure right there. Congratulations on a great season and a championship. Vanessa Gross, everybody. And how about we give a round of applause to all of our track champions joining us here at the American Speed Festival. And speaking of champions, we're about to talk to the stars of the ladies' race of champions. And first of all, let's bring up Pippa Mann. And Pippa, the driving force behind this program is the Shift Up Now program. Tell us a little bit about that.
So I think every racer, whether male or female, no matter where your background or where you're from, has at some point struggled with how difficult racing is financially. And so the Shift Up Now Foundation works specifically with professional and semi-professional female athletes whom are putting their programs together. And I'm looking at you girls as I say this more than the camera because I want you guys to hear this too, whom are working really hard, whom are showing talent on the racetrack. And we try to be there to help them close the funding gap. So we're not big. We're not a title sponsor, but if you're putting the pieces of your program together and you need that little bit of help to race at a professional, semi-professional level as a talented female race car driver, we want to try and help. That's what we do.
And I would ask you for words of advice, but you just gave some great advice there. Anything else you'd like to add to that they could take away today from meeting you guys?
So I think the key things, and again, I know I'm looking at you guys rather than the camera, the key things are, first of all, be really, really determined. Okay, there's going to be a lot of detractors, and the better you get, and the more visible you become, and the more people know who you are, sadly, the more people who don't like you are going to show up. So you've got to be really determined, know your own worth, push yourself really hard, and always strive to not only do your best on the racetrack, but also to bring your best game off the racetrack, your most professional presence. Because in the end, that's going to help you pair with your performance on the racetrack to secure that funding you need to get to the next level.
Awesome. That's racing wisdom at its finest right there. Thank you so much, Pippa.
Thank you so much.
Laura Hayes. Laura, come on up. By the way, Pippa was a 7-time competitor in the Indy 500 and a 5-time competitor at the Nürburgring Ring with 3 podium finishes. So, Laura, not only are you fast this weekend, you've been doing really well, but you're the winner of the Mazda MX-5 Cup Women's Initiative Scholarship to compete in the series in 2022, and a list of other accomplishments. And one that stuck out of my mind is the fastest woman ever to climb up Pikes Peak.
Yes, I've been very lucky to drive a variety of cars throughout the years. I was just like you guys. I started when I was 8 years old, and I've been very lucky to, I don't know, somehow find a way to keep doing this. But yeah, Pikes Peak Hill Climb, that's my favorite event I've ever done, hands down.
That's awesome. Well, give them a takeaway, some words of advice from a champion
as to what they can learn from being here this weekend at the American Speed Fest that will help them in the 2026 season.
Yeah, I think, for me, a big part of the reason I have found success is surrounding myself with the right people, people who support me, people who love me, people who believe in me, sometimes believe in me more than I believe in myself at times. And I know when I was your guys' age, I was really shy and I didn't really like talking to people. So, force yourself to get out of your shell a little bit, out of your comfort zone, and you'll be surprised where it'll take you.
Thank you so much. Laura Hayes, everybody. Megan Meyer, the first female winner at MCAN Dragway and a 2020 winner of 2 NHRA World Championships. You're turning right this weekend, so it's a big learning curve, but I've been as fascinated and as proud of you and Taylor as anybody because every time out you get faster, and that's impressive.
Yeah, actually this last session was my best one so far, shaved off 3 seconds, so feeling really confident, getting more comfortable with each lap that I'm making, and we've got some amazing driver coaches here that are helping me out.
We'll be very proud of that because you're really showing you got some ability once you learn the car, and that's awesome. Give these girls some sound advice from your experiences that they can take away today to help their career.
Yeah, so just to kind of piggyback off what Laura said and getting out of your comfort zone, for me, what has really helped me out over the years, whether that's in life or business or in racing, is to say yes to any opportunity that comes your way. Really diversify yourself. Don't pigeonhole into just one path. Really get out there, expand your horizon, and see. You never know. Like if. For me, I've been drag racing my entire life. I've driven for 22 years. This year, I just started getting into off-road and short course, and I love it. And it's relit this new fire inside of me. So always say yes to new opportunities. I'm here, like you're saying. I need a lot of help with turning left and right, but just learning as I go and having a lot of fun with it. And you never know what could be your next passion.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And our final star in the Ladies Race of Champions, Taylor Ferns. Come on up, Taylor. And as I said to Megan, with the limited experience the two of you have had turning right, very impressed with both of you and the growth you've had over the last 2 days. You're doing great. Be real proud of that.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just really grateful to the M1 Concourse, Stream Shredali, and Shift Up Now for inviting me and having me out here. It's been a blast. Trying something new. I love to challenge myself. And, kind of just echoing off of what Megan said, just diversifying myself. And, I think there's some things that we'll take away from this weekend that I might be able to apply to my sprint car racing. So
I'm sure that's the case. And speaking of your sprint car racing, first female to ever win I believe, USAC asphalt. Yeah. Yeah, which is a tremendous accomplishment, but really doing well this weekend. So thank you so much for coming up. Sound advice from all 4 of you. Let's give it up for our Ladies Race of Champions. Thank you, Taylor.
Thank you.
So what I would tell all of you over here in a moment is this is a great opportunity for you to learn, to meet, and to absorb what these young ladies have to offer. So take this opportunity. Let's get together, go over and meet them, get some autographs, and enjoy your day at the American Speed Festival. L-Rock ladies, thank you so much. You guys are a class act. I really appreciate it.
And hello, everyone, and welcome to Pontiac, Michigan, and the M1 Concourse. This is the American Speed Festival. Nate Dreyer and Randy Kugler, we're back with you for another year and another very exciting year. There's a lot of activity, construction, and a very, very bright future for the M1 Concourse is here, and right in the middle of it, as exciting of an American Speed Festival as we have ever had. This year in particular, we get to honor, really, the birth of American racing with IndyCar racing and our master of motorsports, Al Unser Jr. Randy, how excited are you to be back at the M1 Concourse, back at the American Speed Festival, and also being able to honor IndyCar and honor little Al?
It's great. It's one of my favorite times of the year as a motorsports fan all my life. This is my 4th year. Nate, this is your 5th. You've been here since the inception. The American Speed Festival always is successful in mixing it up. And this year, along with vintage stock cars, exotic sports cars, wing sprint cars, the vintage Indy cars are here in full song. And to have them here with Al Unser Jr., he'll be in the paddock. He's accessible to all the fans. It just doesn't get any better than that. I didn't think they could one-up it from last year, but they've done it, and I'm looking forward to just a fantastic weekend, a lot of racing history, and a lot of fun in store for the fans.
Absolutely. You talk about one-upping things. Last year, we introduced the ASF Cup, an on-track timed competition in the American Speed Festival. Well, that returns in 2025, but also the Ladies Race of Champions, the LROC, joins the stable of competition this year. 4 drivers from various types of motorsports. I mean, some that only turn left, some that go in a straight line, some that race sports cars, and even Pippa Mann, a former Indy 500 and IndyCar competitor. An incredible field. They're in the exact same Radical Cup cars. It is a very, very cool concept, and we're going to get to see a lot of racing history even made this weekend with a first-of-its-kind competition.
Definitely, and this morning, of course, we had the honor of hanging out with them while they're getting fitted for their seats, and you could just see the enthusiasm that they had just getting ready and preparing. And as you said, some of the drivers have had very little experience turning right. Speed's not going to be a problem for them, but negotiating this tight course in some areas is going to be tough. So watching them literally come up to speed and how they adapt is going to be fun.
Pippa Mann, along with Laura Hayes, Taylor Ferns, and Megan Meyer will be the competitors in the first ever LROC Plus 15 cars in this year's edition of the ASF Cup, and also almost 100 other cars throughout the paddock behind us and out on the racetrack as well. It's the American Speed Festival. It is a premier event. We are so glad that you're here with us once again in 2025, and we cannot wait to get it started. And we are getting started with the afternoon here at the American Speed Festival with the American Flat Track Motorcycles first on the track as we get ready to go with another jam-packed afternoon of action here at the M1 Concourse. Nate Dreyer, Randy Kugler just heard from us up on the big screen, and now we're ready to go for the afternoon here, Randy. Terrific morning to start things out, but now we get our final chance to see everyone on the racetrack, and we're going to end the day as well, handing out some hardware with this year's champions being crowned for the ASF Cup, along with the LROC.
In the final sessions for each category, so this will be the last time we see the flat track bikes, but I can tell you firsthand, I've talked to them, they're having a blast. They're making little changes here and there every time they go out, and just having a great time. Don't forget, at the conclusion of the last session today, we'll have our pedal car race, and then we'll have our awards ceremony for the American Speed Festival Challenge Cup, as well as the Ladies Race of Champions. Both of those events have been very competitive and a few surprises, but one of the things that we talked, Nate, earlier about over lunch was how impressed we are with the drag racer and the sprint car driver and how they've come up to speed in those radicals.
Yeah, both Megan and Taylor have been really, really impressive coming up to speed. We'll see what they're able to do with their final run. Had kind of a cool exhibition going on right there. I believe that was Brian Smith and Charlie Jakes. Charlie is a 14-year-old here from the Flint area. Brian Smith from Swartz Creek, originally from Flint as well. He's an American flat track champion, a legend who won 33 races in his American flat track career. So the future of the sport, along with one of the legends of the sport, both coming from this part of the state of Michigan that got to go a little head-to-head right there in their exhibition. So normally with flat track racing, of course, they are going to be running on dirt tracks typically. That's where things are based. They run anywhere from short tracks to half miles, and up to their premier events are run on mile-long circuits. They do some time trial events that have got some right-hand turns built in along with the full-on circuit. So it's a little bit of a challenge for them here with a increasingly gripped up surface, Randy.
And imagine if you're a young flat track racer in the Michigan area and you have the ability to have Brian as a mentor. I mean, what greater way to absorb some wisdom and learn the craft than to hang out with that guy?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in general, if you come from this area, I think there's been somewhere around 20 riders that have reached the peak of the sport coming from the state of Michigan. Jay Springsteen was a 3-time champion. He's a Hall of Famer. Scott Parker is a 9-time champion, another Hall of Famer. Of course, Brian is, you just mentioned. I mean, it really is a unique storyline in terms of featuring these Michigan-based and large part racers out there. You can get a look at Jordan Jean. He's out of Midland, Michigan, one more of the local guys that is a part of the exhibition run this weekend here at the American Speed Festival. And we're going to go 4 abreast right here to show off a little bit of what they can do on this modified infield course. A bit of a slip right there from Charlie Jakes to his inside. Jordan Jean will look to take the lead here. A little bit of a 4-way exhibition to show off some American flat track racing, a track that has some similarities to the type of short tracks they run. Less than half-mile circuits, of course, normally run on dirt rather than the pavement surface. Ben Lowe out of Holly, Michigan goes to the front spot with Jordan Jean following in that second spot. It's Jakes at the back of the field along with Brian Smith, the 2016 grand champion of American flat track racing.
I was talking to Brian this morning after their first session, and was asking him, we talked about how the tire buildup from the drift cars has affected their ride, and they said when they get into an area that has rubber on it from the drift cars, they get immediate grip. The other thing I asked Brian about is if he'd ever raced the new Daytona track. During bike week, the flat track bikes always come down. There used to be a Municipal Stadium, which was a decent sized quarter mile. Well, they built a 5th mile track for karts and flat track bikes at the speedway outside of turn 1. So now they run that during bike week. That's the flat track bike race. He said it is unbelievable. He referred to it as boxing in a phone booth, or a fist fight in a phone booth. But he said it's all about throttle control and getting the handlebars in the right spot because the track is so tight. He said this is probably as close to the track in Daytona as anything because it's so small. So they're used to this in some respect, but they've adapted pretty well from the first time they came out yesterday.
Well, Ben Lowe going way to the outside, trying to find a way past Jean, unable to do so right there as they're stretching their legs at the front of the exhibition. Jordan Jean, 22-year-old AFT singles rider that turned pro at age 16 as a career best finish of 12th in American flat track singles. So one of the local guys that's making it and at the top of the sport. The top 2 divisions of American flat track racing is the Super Twins class along with the singles class. A lot of the younger guys here have run in the singles before they move up into that premier division and that premier Twins division, of course, where Brian Smith was a champion. As I mentioned, 33 career wins, 9 of which came on the Springfield Mile, one of the premier events of the season for American flat track racing, and a place where he is also the track record holder still. That is Brian Smith with the 4 on the back of his jersey, riding the outside right now against Ben Lowe. Ben out of Holly, Michigan, 29-year-old that made his singles debut all the way back in 2013, has 1 career win in the Twins class in the Premier Division that came at Indianapolis back in 2020, and he's the one dueling right now with the legend Brian Smith, who is known as the Mile Master in part because of 25 of his 33 career wins coming on mile tracks. So those high-speed tracks where these bikes are hitting upwards of 140 miles an hour on the straightaway. It turns into a drafting exhibition to some extent and real barn burners at the end. Brian Smith was one of the absolute best of the best and a champion as well of all of American flat track racing back in 2016. There's Charlie Jakes, the 14-year-old that we mentioned, who Brian came up to us a little bit earlier today, and he really spoke highly of this up-and-coming young racer, that he's one of the best from around here, and a guy that I think you have the other professionals here. I think he certainly is going to be mentioned right alongside those other names of guys in the near future, especially with some of the youth that is able to find their way up in the sport. I mean, I mentioned, Jordan Jean turned pro at age 16. We had Skylar Centel here the other day. He's a 17-year-old, but all of these guys started at a very young age getting into the singles class, and I think very quickly you're going to be able to move your way up. There's Jordan Jean once again working the bars of that 56, the Midland driver. Look at what you can expect the rest of this afternoon, 1:19 p.m. After this, we've got the endurance and sports race cars on the track for the last time this weekend. The supercars will follow them. Then we will have the sprint cars at 1:57 p.m. NASCAR on track at 2:16. Vintage Indy as we one last time honor Alan Sir Jr., our master of motorsports for 2025. And the Vintage Indy Series, they are on track at 2:35 p.m. The drift cars hit the racetrack at 2:54 for their last run, and that leads in to the final runs for the ASF Cup at 3:13, and at 3:51 closing the day, it is the Ladies Race of Champions finale. That all will be followed a little bit after 4 o'clock with the awards presentation and the podium for all 3 classes of the American Speed Festival Cup, along with the Ladies Race of Champions.
And if you haven't already, make sure you stop by the gift store. Thousands of enthusiasts are already repping the lifestyle. Now it's your turn. Represent what drives you. The M1 store is your one-stop destination for all M1 Concourse and American Speed Festival gear, apparel, and memorabilia that capture the spirit of the drive. It's located in the M1 Concourse Event Center, as well as the merchandise trailer located at Pavilion Square. So don't wait, shift into gear. Get shirts, hats, and more at the M1 store in person today or online at shop.m1concourse.com. And yes, we've got the final sessions coming up for the American Speed Festival Cup, as well as the Ladies Race of Champions. They'll be coming up here later this afternoon. And the M1 Concourse is truly quite a racing complex. The event center is always available. Welcome to the state-of-the-art automotive playground where horsepower meets hospitality and adrenaline fuels unforgettable experiences at the M1 Concourse Event Center. To learn more, go to m1concourse.com Event Center. And the American Speed Festival Challenge is a series of exciting races where drivers compete against the clock in the 1.5-mile M1 circuit, open to any experienced high-performance driver. Competitors will provide their own car for competition and must pass tech inspection. Divisions include the ASF Cup, an open class for anyone who has a worthy car to race against the clock. Additionally, the Ladies Race of Champions is a female race of professional shift-up-now drivers in radical race cars, pushing the limits in 2 intense sessions for the coveted title of 2025 L Rock Champion. The drivers with the fastest times over the 2 days of racing will be honored at Sunday's Podium Trophy Awards ceremony. Don't miss this groundbreaking showcase of talent, performance, and fierce competition, and meet the stars of the American Speed Festival Challenge and the Ladies Race of Champions at the awards ceremony at 4:05 this afternoon on Pit Lane. The M1 Concourse Car Club is a membership program that provides access to special perks, discounts, and benefits. As a member of the M1 Concourse Car Club, you'll gain exclusive access to the M1 circuit. Whether you're an experienced performance driving journey, our track sessions are curated to suit all skill levels, offering the perfect environment to sharpen your skills and push your limits. Members can register for up to 3 track sessions and 1 autocross session each year. A monthly schedule of events will be shared via email 1 to 2 weeks before the start of each month, allowing you to plan ahead and make the most of every opportunity. In addition to track access, Car Club membership unlocks a wide range of premium benefits designed to elevate your entire driving lifestyle, including the opportunity to drive the M1 circuit, a member's cap, a member's car windshield decal and credential, 20% off tickets to the Woodward Dream Festival and the American Speed Festival, preferred parking perks, and members can bring their vehicle hang tags to skip the registration lines at events, along with special member invites. To learn more and become a member, go to m1concourse.com/car club. Next Saturday, October 11th, the Experience Cars and Coffee Now Driving Change for local charities. This year's we're bringing even more to the experience, including race simulators, a slot car track, and an exclusive speaker series. All inside our beautiful event center so you can enjoy the event rain or shine. A small registration fee will support the M1 Mobility, helping improve accessibility for individuals with mobility challenges in Pontiac. That's Saturday, October 11th at 8 a.m. here at the M1 Concourse. To get your tickets, go to m1concourse.com/carsandcoffee. And Thursday, October 30th, trunk or treat. The Oakland County, are you ready to roll through Halloween? Well, join us at M1 Concourse in Pontiac on Thursday, October 30th for the county's big trunk celebration in support of the Pontiac community and the Oakland County Sheriff's Department. Dress up the kiddos, pop those trunks, and cruise in for a safe, family-friendly night of candy, costumes, and car culture. Again, 4 o'clock on Thursday, October 30th, trunk or treat here at the M1 Concourse.
Endurance and sports race cars getting ready to hit the track soon. And speaking of sports race cars and some cool things, we had a chance Thursday to catch up and talk a little about the Radicals, the LROC, but also a cool new partnership coming between Team Stradale along with the M1 Concourse with Francesco Davila from Team Stradale. If we can kind of play that interview here, kind of show, we haven't had a chance to show this so far, but a cool partnership that Team Stradale along with the M1 Concourse are putting together as a big part of running the LROC, and then some cool stuff coming ahead in the future as well. And Team Stradale is a big part of helping make that event happen. Francesco is with that incredible group. And I guess first tell us about how this relationship was formed with M1 and how this came to be able to provide these cars and everything that you guys are doing this weekend with this LROC competition.
Yeah, great. Thank you for having us. Team Stradale and M1, the relationship started about 4 or 5 years ago. And when M1 had opened, we were really excited for our neighbors, because we're from Chicago, to have another country club. So we came out and we sold some Radicals to some of the members. And we really wanted to push the brand, and because we love it back at our facility. And we wanted people to get into the brand and love it as much as we do. So that came by way of supporting the endeavors here at M1. And we've been doing it every year since. So last year, over the winter, we thought about this academy idea.
Yeah, and I guess let's get into that academy idea that's being unveiled this weekend here at the American Speed Festival. Tell us about this partnership and this really, really cool new thing that you and the M1 Concourse are bringing together.
Yeah, great. So the M1 Radical Driving Academy, powered by Team Stradale, is being unveiled this weekend here. And it's basically a bunch of radical race cars that the M1 Country Club will be able to use throughout the year for their driving academy to teach learn how to get around the track at high speeds, high downforce, and we're really excited about it because it's going to introduce the brand to a lot of people. It's also going to be, it's an absolutely perfect car for this racetrack, so it's going to be the showcase of the racetrack with the cars. And so we're doing that via the ladies at the LROC event this coming weekend, and we're putting all these pro drivers in the cars so they can test them and give us some feedback.
Exactly. You talk about that, the Ladies Race of Champions this weekend. How cool is it to be able to see these different types of drivers from all these different backgrounds come together and compete this weekend at the American Speed Festival?
Yeah, it's amazing. Meeting women like Pippa Mann, and we're really excited because the platform is very versatile and fits just about anybody and really easy to drive. So I'm excited to get their feedback on what they think of the cars next.
Awesome. Well, we thank you guys for all your work this weekend with the M1 Concourse, and very excited to see everything coming up in the future.
Thank you.
And we've got Cars on Track, endurance and sports race cars. Cool story right there, and a cool partnership as we've got some GTP cars thundering out on track just in front of us, but a cool partnership of future things going on here at the M1 Concourse with the new Radical Academy that they're helping form, and putting those pieces in place a little bit this weekend with the first ever installment of the Ladies Race of Champions. Look at that Lotus 211 up on the big board here as Jonell Mills is winding his way back towards the stadium section. A wide grouping of cars, a part of the sports endurance race cars, everything from 50s and 60s sports racers. That Porsche 906 that Henry Payne has with us here this weekend on track, and up to those more modern cars, the modern Ferrari 296 Challenge. Joe Cawley, who is the fastest man so far on track all weekend long in the American Speed Festival Cup. He's got that 296 out on the racetrack, and have a good look at that right now on the big board as everybody getting out on track for the last time to get to see a lot of history of sports and endurance race cars. If we can kind of follow along with the red car just in front, haven't gotten a great chance to talk about that. A tribute to the RCR company. It's an RCR Ferrari P4 tribute. Seb Coppola brought it with, powered by a Ferrari V12. 6.3 liter from a 2012 Ferrari FF, but this is a tribute machine to the P4 330 that won the 1967 World Championship for Makes, the precursor to the World Endurance Championship that we have today. It finished second at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, but did win the Daytona 24 and the Monza 1,000 kilometers. So especially if you are a fan of the Ford versus Ferrari movie and that year of racing in particular. Of course, this is right during the heyday of that multi-year fight between Ford and Ferrari. So a cool tribute car built that Seb brought with this weekend to one of the most legendary race cars and successful race cars of the late 1960s, and just a classic design as well. I mean, that era of sports cars are just really unlike anything else. So when you look at the Lolas of that era, of course, the Ford GT40s, but the Ferrari P4 330, certainly a very standout look of its own, and a car that thunders around. It's got a modern engine in it, which is kind of cool of the build that this tribute car is. But man, it is a thundering thing to watch, and a beautiful thing to watch, just as it ran back in the Mulsanne Straight, or would have run back in the Mulsanne Straight in the late 1960s. And a period contender right behind as well, that 1966 orange 906 Porsche that Henry Payne, the Detroit News columnist and radio host, he had his show going on up on the balcony here yesterday to start the day, but car that still actively races. This is chassis number 160. And it's one of only 3 for the 906E from 1966 that was built with fuel injection, ran Sebring, Spa, and Monza back in the day, and as I said, still campaigns out on the track to this day. So a couple of cars giving a look of what sports car racing in 1966, 1967 would have looked like there, with the nose-to-tail formation of that P4 330 tribute along with the 906E. It will be the supercars to hit the track next after this 15-minute session for the sports and endurance race cars. And then we go into a little bit of a different plan of attack, as we'll bring the sprint cars onto the track, as the winged sprint cars from the Must See Racing series will navigate the twists and turns of the M1 Concourse. Look at that Fab car, GTP car from 1980. So I had a good look at what the late 60s looked like in terms of the top of what is now prototype or hypercar racing, but the top echelon of sports car racing. This is into that GTP era of the sport, dominated throughout the era by Porsche. I think Fab Car built some different things. This is a very close car to the Porsche GTP car, of course, from the era. So yeah, that's pretty much what you saw throughout the 1980s, of course, with the GTP era and the wild power and the wild cars that they were, continuing into the early 1990s. The sport kind of splitting, of course, between Grand Am and IMSA, American Le Mans, on this side of things, this side of the Atlantic Ocean. And now all of those rules packages have come back together once again with hypercars and with GTP cars once again in terms of the modern level of the sport. But as it was going on, sprint cars up next, followed by NASCAR, then vintage Indy, drift cars, and then our final runs at the competition in ASF Cup and the Ladies Race of Champions hit to the racetrack.
And don't forget, concluding the day here at the American Speed Festival will be the awards ceremonies for the Ladies Race of Champions and the American Speed Festival Cup. So make sure you stick around for that. It'll be right here on Pit Road in front of the booth that Nate and I have occupied for the last couple of days. So we wind our way through this afternoon session. One more time out for all the categories. We've already had the flat track bikes finish up their session. We recommend you go over and say hello and pick their brain a little bit, find out where they race. He did tell me, Brian told me that the closest track probably active that they race at is Lima, Ohio at Lima Land Speedway. But if you go to their flat track bike website, I think it's American Flat Track, I believe it is, you can find out their schedule and where to see them race. But go over and say hello to them. Talk to them about the show they put on this weekend. And we encourage you to do that with all the drivers and all the cars, the drifters who'll be going out a little later. And of course, in the paddock, the drivers of the NASCAR cars, the sports cars, the Indy cars, the sprint cars. So many things to see, so many people to meet and talk to and pick their brains on. Just a really good opportunity here, our final day at the American Speed Festival.
Keeping our eye on the Collie Ferrari, the 296, which is the fast car of the entire weekend in the ASF Cup, a 1:10.112. The last lap time that he ran. There are still the transponders on the ASF Cup competitors when they're out there getting a little bit of extra practice, running in some of these sports and endurance and supercar sessions. The best time of the day, a 1:06.3. Joe just firing in a 1:07.6, by the way, on the last lap, so finding a bit more speed, and he's had a pretty comfortable lead forming over a second yesterday, over a second today on Dad Jeff, who's been in that Dallara EXP. So it's been the fast car to watch all weekend long, continuing to turn laps right now with Joe Collie behind the wheel of that machine, the fastest car of the weekend in the ASF Cup, and on track once again now. A little bit slower that last lap from Joe in the 1:09.9 range. He has turned between all of his sessions a total of 35 laps today, which is the most laps for sure that anyone with a transponder has been able to put on their cars today. Obviously, this is his third session here of this Sunday. He'll be running one more a little bit later on as he looks to wrap up an ASF Championship, ASF Cup Championship for 2025. Jonelle Mills in the Lotus 211, coming out of Troy, Michigan. 1.8-liter supercharged engine in that neat little sports racer from 2008. Really one of kind of the original cars. We see all of these auto manufacturers have really moved to wanting to make those, type of sports racers. We've seen the Dallara EXP as a part of, the weekend. Of course, what Radical and the like do. This was kind of an early version of it, this light car where they took some of their base street ideas, put the roll bar in it, complete lightness, track day sort of car. It's become a very popular thing, especially here, of course, at M1 with the garage owners that are here and able to get their cars on track. But a kind of early version, one of the first versions of this modern idea of these sort of track day cars. David Nicholas bringing the thundering GTP car back down pit side right now as we continue to see that 211. Turn to some lap times. This is the sports and endurance race cars class. It will be the supercars hitting the racetrack again. Mix of Delaras and Ferraris and Lamborghinis. Corvettes a part of the running as well. And that'll lean into the final time. We're going to see the winged sprint cars hit the racetrack before NASCAR, Vintage Indy, and the drift cars will get us ready for the American Speed Festival Cup and the Ladies Race of Champions finale.
Well, as we wind down the American Speed Festival weekend, remember one of the great opportunities you have here this weekend, and there's so many things going on, but you have the ability to see these cars, to see the drivers, to learn about the cars and learn about the history and the stories. And as this event winds down, don't miss that opportunity. Explore the paddock, look at some of these exotic race cars, the Indy cars from the 60s, the 70s, the 80s. Some of these NASCARs that have been so popular and so famous back in the day, driven by Brad Keselowski, Tim Richmond, Dale Earnhardt Jr., just some of the NASCAR cars that are here this weekend. Elliott Sadler on the 19 with the Dodge car. Those were the names in those cars, and we've got people here that knows the history of those cars. You can explore that history. You can share some of the history if it jogs your memory and your racing background. So a lot of cool stuff to do, and enjoy the beer garden. Get over to the souvenir store. They've got a hat this morning. It is pretty sweet. I'm not going to lie to you, but they've got shirts, sweatshirts for the upcoming Michigan winter. We all are going to have that sooner or later. Not this weekend. The weather's been great, but also we've got just a lot of cool stuff. Some polos in the gift store, as well as the vests, all with the M1 Concourse logo on it. So check that out. Go to the kids zone if you got some of the little ones with you, and let them enjoy all the activities in the kids zone, the slot car track, the simulators, the pedal cars. And of course, don't forget to work your way down to the tent where the drift cars are. Those guys will really entertain you, but they will talk to you about their craft, what they do, where they do it, and how much fun they have. And if you haven't seen the drift cars yet, if you just got here, make sure you're there for their session, because they get with it on the edge the entire time that they're out there. Supercars getting on the grid. They'll be the next session. Then we'll work our way through the other categories. And don't forget the food trucks. We got burgers, we got meatball sandwiches, we got chicken. We got it all here at the American Speed Festival.
Joe Calloway and the rest of the endurance and sports cars are finishing up their final run of the weekend. Joe Cawley, by the way, his last lap time, the 107.9 range. He's in the 106s in terms of his fastest of the day, Jeff, his father, in the Dallara EXP, 109.2, his best lap time of the day. We'll get to see him come out in a supercar class to get one last run before the Cup this afternoon and the final run there. Sports cars coming off the racetrack right now. The checkered flag getting ready to fly on this session. In just a second, we'll turn the track around, get the supercars out there for the final time this weekend.
And we've got accordions, we've got the beer girls, we've got it all going on over at the beer garden. Work your way over, get some German beer, a lager, and Oktoberfest. I may or may not have sampled the lager yesterday. It was pretty doggone good. So a lot going on here. Still a lot left in this American Speed Festival this afternoon. The 2025 version of the American Speed Festival. Something for everybody. Enjoy it, enjoy the history, learn more about it, and have fun as we wind down our final day. And don't forget, at 4:05 today, we are going to have the awards ceremony for the Ladies Race of Champions and the ASF Challenge Cup. And as I look to my right, I see our good friends Dash and Drift have made their way back onto the Pavilion Square. Make sure you get your photo op, a high five and a handshake with Dash and Drift, the M1 mascots. They're here all day to make you enjoy the M1 experience here at the American Speed Festival even more. So Drift and Dash, go over and say hello to the M1 mascots.
got a couple of our supercars hitting the racetrack here. See that Lamborghini Huracan celebration along with one of a couple Dallara EXPs that have been here all weekend long. That one, the one driven by Jeff Colley, that we'll also see in the ASF Cup a little bit later on. That's the Lamborghini Huracan. I was mentioning one of only 36 that were produced with that special livery to celebrate IMSA wins at Daytona and Sebring in 2018 and 2019 for Lamborghini, as they kind of made their return to factory racing in those couple years. Of course, things have really grown for Lamborghini in terms of racing, running cars at multiple levels. They had a GTP program for a while. They, of course, run GT3 cars. Additionally, of course, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Cup as well, where you have good 30 to 40 plus of them running in spec series competition on a lot of different IMSA race weekends as well. So Lamborghini is fully dove into the world of motorsports, which again, for the longest time, they were not part of racing. That was kind of a huge, of course, the original breaking off point between Lamborghini and Ferrari, and Ferrari being a company based around the racetrack. Not as much, of course, the case with Lamborghini, but they have fully dove into the value of marketing their cars via the track, and the old concept of winning on Sunday to be able to sell the race car, sell the street cars on Monday. And right now, Seb Coppola's got the track all to himself as Jeff Colley dove down pit side to make some adjustments to that EXP, as he's got to try to find quite a bit of time out of that thing if he's going to have any chance to try to close that gap in the top rung of the ASF Cup this afternoon with their final chance on the racetrack. But it looks like it's going to be father-son 1-2, but Joe, the one that's running away with it in the 296 Ferrari. Lamborghini Huracan continuing to work its way around the racetrack along with coming in and out of the pits. We've seen the Dallara EXP with Jeff Colley a few times coming in, probably making some adjustments, and seeing what sort of lap time they can get out of that car. Best time of a 109.2 today, which is nearly 3 seconds right now off the best time of the top car in its class of the ASF Cup, the 296 Ferrari Challenge car that we've been highlighting that battle quite a bit of throughout the day. So you look at the wing sprint cars all lined up as that Lamborghini Huracan was working its way back pit side. So we're going to get some sprint cars on track here in just a minute. So we'll get to see them and the spectacle, the show that they've been putting on for us the last couple years, but especially this weekend as well. Been really cool to see, especially some of the lap times. I mean, we're talking, I think Andrew Bogus yesterday in that 17, he had a transponder on the car and was setting lap times in the 110s, the 111s. So on pace with some of the radicals and some of the really, really fast cars and doing it in a wing sprint car. So it's been a show to watch, and they've been a lot of fun to be able to see some of the changes they've made as well to find a little bit of more speed than even last year that they were finding out of those cars. So we'll get the wing sprint cars pushed off, warmed up on the track here in just a few minutes. Sprint cars are pushing off, and it's that 23 of Charlie Bauer. That's the first one to get the push off. Had a chance on Friday on the load-in day to catch up with Charlie a little bit, go over some of the details of running one of these things normally, but especially what goes into trying to set one up to be able to take the left and the right turns here at the technical M1 Concourse circuit. Let's take a look at that as I caught up with Charlie Bauer on running a sprint car at the M1 Concourse.
Once again this year, sprint cars, wing sprint cars have overtaken the American Speed Festival. Not quite what you would always expect to see, but Charlie Bauer, one of the guys that's going to be taking on this racetrack again this year. I mean, it's such a unique challenge. First, just tell us about taking one of these cars around a road course, the challenge of getting it around as a driver, and also being able to set one of these things up properly.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot different from what we do on a given weekend. You know, we race on paved ovals, so we run between 10 to 15 races per year. But setup changes, we actually run 2 left rears on the rear and 2 right fronts on the front. Usually we'll have stagger, so if you think of a solo cup on a table, it always turns a circle. We want to have none of that. Obviously we're turning left and right, but from my background as well, I ran ovals my whole career, so coming here last year was the first time I've driven on a road course. So it's definitely been a challenge, but it's been a lot of fun getting to know the track and navigating both the left and right turns. It's been really fun.
Tell us a little bit about that background. Where can people normally see you and the other cars out here run with the Must See Racing Series, and tell us kind of your racing background in that way?
Yeah, so I'm actually a first-generation driver. I like to point that out because obviously you hear a bunch, people's grandpa and their fathers have raced. I'm a first-generation driver, but I got started out in quarter midgets when I was 12 years old. But before that, I grew up with dirt bikes, snowmobiles, four-wheelers, jet skis, the typical, Michigan things. And ran quarter midgets from when I was 12 to 14. I ran go-karts when I was 14 to 16. I started racing pavement cars at 16. I'm currently 19. So I ran pavement for 4 years. And then I also raced 410 and 360 dirt sprint cars as well. So it's been a lot of fun.
Tell us about the experience at the American Speed Festival. How cool is it to be able to share a racetrack with some of the historic Indy cars, Ferraris, everything else in between, to have one of these cars out there on the same track as all the other history at this facility?
It's very special. I mean, you can look at the history of IndyCar and NASCAR, and a lot of those top stars started in sprint cars. I mean, you look at Kyle Larson today, and he still runs dirt sprint cars. So to be able to walk down the line and see names like Andretti, obviously with Al Unser getting the Master of Motorsports award this year, and his sprint car standing right behind us, it's really cool to see that sprint cars played a part in each one of these amazing drivers' careers.
All right, Charlie, we can't wait to watch you all weekend long. It's always a pleasure.
All right, well, thank you.
All right, welcome back up in the trailer here. We got sprint cars on track, and we're catching up with Joe Cawley, who, of course, we've been talking a lot about him today. He has been the fastest guy the last couple days at the M1 Concourse. You in the top rung of competition for the ASF Cup in terms of the unlimited purpose-built race cars. Yesterday you had a 1.2 second gap on your dad at the end of day number 1. He's in the Dallara EXP. You're in that Ferrari Challenge, new Ferrari Challenge machine today. Best time of a 106.3, so right in the same sort of lap times you're around today. I guess tell us about the weekend so far, where you're finding the speed out of the race car and how things have been going for you and the team.
Yeah, no, thank you for having us. We're excited to be here. It's actually the first weekend trying the new 296 Challenge, so having a good time with it. Doing well, and yeah, just kind of getting comfortable with the car, more and more sessions, and yeah, just finding the car is really good in the brake zone, so getting comfortable with that, going deeper, and finding a little more time, and just having fun.
What is your background in terms of racing in the past? We've seen you here the last couple of years with different kinds of cars, of course, but what's your racing background?
So when I was 18, I got my racing license and raced competitively for about 7 or 8 years. And then since then, it's just been a lot of on and off thing, nothing too consistent, but we've been doing a lot of events with the Ferrari Challenge Series, also with the Dallara, we've been running that, so still plenty of time to get out here and find some seat time.
You mentioned it's your first time out in one of the 296 cars before. How does this challenge car compare to the last gen, the 488 car, if you've driven one of those in terms of the speed and what how you're able to get lap time out of it?
Yeah, it's an entirely new chassis. They really picked up a lot in the aerodynamics, but the most impressive thing, like I said, is the brakes. You can go in very deep and requires actually a lot less effort than before, so you don't have to push the pedal quite as hard. So it's a little less of a workout, which is nice, but man, does it stop. It's good.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the weekend you've had so far. You were pretty much the only guy that actually found more lap time in the heat of the day in the afternoon session from what you had in the morning yesterday. So kind of similar today. Going to be getting hotter in the afternoon. Do you think there's more speed you can still extract out of the car?
We'll see. We're believe it or not, we're actually running some older tires. So we've been kind of finishing up a set just now. We're going to put on another set, but they're actually used that we're going on right now. So we'll scrub them in a little bit and have some fun. But yeah, just like I said, learning the car throughout the weekend. So I think that's why I've been getting a little quicker throughout the sessions, no matter what the tires are. Just really getting comfortable with it.
We've seen, of course, all of the Cawley group has been a big part of the American Speed Festival over the years. How cool is this event to be able to share a facility, share an event like this with, I mean, we have winged sprint cars on the track, NASCARs, Indy cars. How cool is it to be able to see all of this on the track together?
Absolutely. No, we're really grateful for what M1 Concourse put together here, and the American Speed Festival is quite a special event, seeing all the different variety of vehicles out here. No, very honored to be part of it, and happy to have a nice display of cars in the plaza, but also be entered and being on track with everybody. So yeah, it's so hats off to M1 for building such a fantastic event, and excited to support it.
We've seen, obviously, it's a little bit of friendly competition between you and your dad. He's just behind in that Dallara EXP. You had a 1.2 second gap on him after yesterday. You're even able to build that gap, it looks like, a little bit so far today before the last run. Are you surprised to see the 296 that much faster than the Dallara? Where'd you think that the lap times would be versus where you've been?
Yeah, I honestly wasn't sure how the two cars would stack up together because they're both two absolutely incredible machines. But yeah, it's been interesting, and obviously we actually raced competitively together for many years, so we've had a lot of on-track battles together. So nothing out of the norm for us. But yeah, we're having fun, and it's good to see what both cars can do out here.
All right, that's Joe Cawley. He is the fastest man so far on track in the ASF Cup in that 296 Ferrari Challenge car. He'll take to the track one last time at the end of the day. Thanks for your time up here today.
Thank you,
and
Nate. Appreciate it.
Good luck out there.
All right, have a good one.
All right, that's Joe Cawley here up in the broadcast trailer. We got sprint cars on the track. They'll continue their run here as we roll through this Sunday afternoon at the American Speed Festival. Like Andrew Bogus in that 17, by the way. He's got the transponder. I think they are having some issues with it this morning, but he's got the transponder back up and working this afternoon. Just ran a 1:14.4. Oh, a slide there for the one. As once again, the sprint cars reverse the direction of the racetrack for when they're out there turning this long sweeping front section, stadium section into a left-hander. But Andrew Bogus down to a 1:14.4 lap time in the 17 so far this afternoon. He was down, I think, in the 110s yesterday. So a lot of speed out of these wing sprint cars on the mile-and-a-half track at the M1 Concourse somewhere. If there's a place that you can watch wing sprint cars otherwise on a road course, I don't know if I've seen it. We've been able to have a lot of fun watching them the last couple years here at the American Speed Festival. Vintage Indy cars starting to roll out into the false grid in front of our broadcast trailer as well. So we'll get to follow up the sprint cars with seeing some of the Indy cars as you have a look at that 17 that was rolling around the front part of the racetrack. Now looked at Charlie Bauer, who we talked to in that feature that we showed just before these cars took to the racetrack and just before we had a chance to catch up with Joe. Who, of course, has been the fastest on track so far this weekend at the American Speed Festival. All right, able to catch up now with another guest as we got the Vintage Indy cars getting ready to roll to the track, and we've got up in the broadcast trailer my boss on a lot of race weekends, the president of Vintage Indy, Mike Lashmid. It's been a busy weekend, I know, for you guys. Couple sessions out there. How has everyone been enjoying the American Speed Festival?
Everybody loves this place. This is our 4th year here. Paul and all the staff at M1 do a remarkable job. It's an incredible facility, and we really enjoy coming here.
Yeah, quickly, I mean, let's take a look at, I know, the Vintage Indy series. If someone's new to Vintage Indy, hasn't maybe watched the cars outside of when they come here to the American Speed Festival, tell us all about Vintage Indy, the Vintage Indy series, and what we do.
Well, I'm a former Indy 500 winning crew member going back over 50 years ago, and 9 years ago I came up with the idea, concept to start Vintage Indy for a collective point per se for all these restored Vintage Indy cars that were out there. I went to the 100th running of the Indy 500 and the historic racing exhibition that they put on that year, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum's exhibit. They had 105 restored cars there, and the light bulb went off, and I go, my gosh, where did all these cars come from? So in 2017, I founded Vintage Indy Registry. We primarily modeled it after the Shelby Registry, just to provide a repository of information on all these cars, the provenance, and who owned them now and whatnot, race history. And that, within a year, became an on-track sort of thing because promoters that had IndyCar races wanted vintage Indy cars there for the fans. So in 2018, we held our first event at St. Louis with IndyCar. And today here at M1, we're completing our 8th season of on-track events. So.
And next year, going into season number 9 as well. Tell us what you can of some of the places that Vintage Indy will be on track next year.
So next year, we're looking at a minimum of 6 events on track, 6 major events. We're going to kick off with Ray Evernham and Rick Hendrick at 1010 Motorsports Park across the street from Charlotte Motor Speedway. It's a facility similar to what we have here at M1. And that event's called the Heritage Motorsports Festival, or Heritage Invitational, I should say. And it's going to simply be just us, Vintage Indy cars, Vintage Indy, and the revived vintage IROC cars in the IROC series that Ray Evernham has, brought back to the public.
Yeah, and then a lot of events with IndyCar as well.
Right, and then that's in the weekend of April 11th, and then we'll kick off the month of May in Indianapolis at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for Rev. Rev is a huge one-evening fundraiser for IU Health in Pagoda Plaza in the Pagoda, and we've participated in that and provided vintage cars, 5-6 cars every year for the past 3 or 4 years, and it's a big deal to kick off the month of May in Indy. And then in June, back to St. Louis with IndyCar, back to Road America with IndyCar. We're going back to Nashville on the Super Speedway with IndyCar. We've been invited to Laguna Seca for the season closing event, and we're looking at a couple in between. So, and then in all likelihood, back here to M1.
All right, absolutely. And then, of course, Vintage Indy on Facebook, at Vintage Indy TM, where you can find a lot more information on social media. Lastly, I know you got some stewarding, some work here to do.
Right.
Tell us about Alan Sir Jr., though. He's been a part of Vintage Indy for a long time. How cool is it to be able to have our Master of Motorsports this year be a pace car driver and be a part of Vintage Indy?
Well, it's a distinct privilege to have him as a pace car driver and be able to call Al a friend. And spend a lot of time with him. I was on his father's 1971 Indy 500 winning crew, and I was on his dad's crew in '72 when we finished second at the Speedway. I've known Al since he was about 9 or 10. Today marks the closure of 6 years of him driving our pace car for us. We've had Mini Coopers, we've had Corvettes, we have a collaboration right now with Dallara, with the beautiful Dallara EXP, which Jeff Cawley at Detroit Ferrari is a dealer for those cars. So it's just a perfect fit, and I'm sure Dallara is going to be back with us next season to continue to promote this car, and Al's just an incredible asset to have. I can't speak enough about having Al Unser Jr., 2-time Indy 500 winner, 2-time Rolex 24 winner, IROC champion, Can-Am champion, on and on and on and on in our fold of staff.
Certainly. Mike Lashman, president of Vintage Indy, will let you go run some cars. Thanks for your time. Andrew Bogus, the 1:14.4, still his best lap time out there this afternoon with the winged must-see cars that are making a rare type of appearance to have one of those type of cars here on the road course at the M1 Concourse.
And our 3-wide salute with our sprint cars out on track right now. These guys have really put on a great show this weekend. This concludes their session. As we wind it down, we'll have NASCAR cars on track next, followed by the Vintage Indy.
So we've got the sprint cars with their final 3-wide salute of the weekend and off the track for the final time this weekend. Thanks again, all those guys running the Must-See Racing Wing sprint cars. So cool to see them run on the road course here at the American Speed Festival. It is the Vintage Indy cars hitting the racetrack next. So many unique stories. One of the cars I don't think it's going to be running this afternoon, but you've been able to check it out all weekend long and see it in the paddock, is Steve Francis, who owns a really cool, one of just 2 Gilbert Cheetah Chevrolet powered cars. His was driven by Bill Simpson. Had a chance before the weekend to catch up with Steve, and he gave a pretty unique story about the way that car was found, restored, and on track here with the Vintage Indy Series at Steve Francis and his Gilbert Cheetah Chevrolet.
Staple of these exhibition runs is Steve Francis with a 67 Gilbert Cheetah. Bill Simpson on the side of this race car. Tell us about the history of this car, a really, really unique one behind this machine.
Yeah, it's a 1967 Gilbert Cheetah, and it was at Indy in 68 and 70. Bill Simpson's first Indy car that he took his rookie test with in 70. At the end of 70, he sold it, and it kind of went through a few owners and ended up in Australia, and that's where I found it. So I brought it back here in 2018 and restored it back to what you see here today.
Yeah, I mean, a cool process as well. Just a couple of these chassis. Take us through that restoration process and what it took to get this car looking correct as the chassis that it actually is, and that restoration process.
Yeah, it's chassis 1 of 2, and chassis 2 is owned by a friend of mine. It's a roller waiting to be restored. And we restored this car in 2019 in South Illinois. And it's been a labor of love, and we brought it back as close to correct 1970 livery as we could, and it's just a fantastic car. Easy maintenance, easy to drive, takes good care of me. It's just fantastic.
Tell us about this event, the American Speed Festival. You've been here a couple of times. What is fun about this event? You get to run vintage Indy events all the time, but tell us about the American Speed Festival. How much do you enjoy coming up here to the M1 Concourse?
Yeah, it's my old home turf. I'm from this area. So when I do get back here, I'm able to visit with family and friends, which will be supporting me today and over the weekend. And so it's a bit of a homecoming. And after this event, I'll spend a few extra days and stay with family and just reunite with them. But it's a fantastic event, and I'll always come back to it. They take good care of us here, and I'm very happy to be here.
All right, well, thank you for bringing a great weekend.
Sure, thanks very much.
And it's NASCAR time here at the American Speed Festival. One last session for the cars from NASCAR. The Tide Chevrolet of Darrell Waltrip. That 77 Sportsman car of Tim Richmond out on track right now, taking their final laps here at the American Speed Festival.
So, of course, it's the NASCARs up next with those Indy cars getting ready to come to the racetrack right after, as we're getting to see some of big-time history from American stock car racing on the track. One car that you've been able to check out all weekend long back in the paddock area is that Dodge Daytona car that's owned by Doug Schultz. Had a chance to catch up with him going back on Friday as he was getting that car unloaded on that day. So let's take a look at that video as he walks us through that very, very unique winged Dodge Daytona vehicle.
This year at the American Speed Festival, NASCAR once again heavily featured. Some really historic cars, and when you look at NASCAR history, few cars stand out quite like the Dodge Daytona, and that's exactly what Doug Schultz has brought back with us this year. Jack McCoy on the side of this race car, the number 7. Tell us a bit about the history of one of the coolest cars in NASCAR history here.
So one of the really cool things about this car, I know every single race it's ran, everything. This car was actually restored by the original crew chief, and the driver helps him. But the original crew chief was also the car owner. It's a 68 Nichols chassis. It's DC 63, which means it's a Dodge Charger. The Daytonas were also considered Chargers because they raced as Chargers. This car predominantly races as a Charger. This chassis won 20 races on the West Coast. That's a bunch of races because they raced a lot less races than the East Coast boys did. But it was a very good car. The original driver, I got to see it, drive it, so there's actually a book out on it also that explains everything about this particular car.
American Speed Festival, a unique opportunity to get a car like this on the track as well. How cool is it to be able to have this car here at this event and be around some of the other history that's here?
Oh, it's like getting in a time machine. It really is. And Jack, the guy that raced it, said it runs just like it did when he had it. I mean, it's got some small differences, but the cam's the same and everything. So it's not changed any. The same compression ratio. Obviously, we can't run the exact parts, but what I can get, the compression ratio is the same. Runs on 110, runs good. It's a blast to drive. This track's a fairly easy track. It's not a complicated track, so you can really have a lot of fun with this and not get in trouble. So.
That's awesome. Hey, we can't wait to see you and this really cool car on track all weekend here at the American Speed Festival.
Has been a blast to be able to see Doug and the rest out there. There is Dave Sherman, who's behind the wheel of, I think Bill Kittle owns that. Brad Keselowski, 2012. It was the road course chassis for Brad on his way to winning the Sprint Cup. It was at the time still championship that season with the Blue Deuce through the stadium section, making the long right-hand sweep, Randy, as we're getting closer to wrapping up this incredible event. Always cool, though, to get to see this much different history of the stock cars, both back in the paddock as well as out on the track.
Well, and speaking of history and stock cars, I'd like to touch on the Dodge Daytona we just saw the video of. Jack McCoy was on the door. Jack McCoy raced the Winston West Series, which no longer exists, but Winston West was NASCAR's version of West Coast racing. And they'd bought drivers out like Herschel McGriff, Ray Elder, to name a couple from the Winston West Series. It was a great series. Ran Riverside, ran some local short track ovals, but the Winston West was a very strong series for a long time. It ultimately transitioned to the ARCA West, but some of those drivers would come to Daytona and race, and always at Riverside they would be competitive. Like the Winston West guys would run the NASCAR Riverside race as an example. Herschel McGriff, which was one of the stalwarts, and Ray Elder would be very competitive with NASCAR's best when they came out to run the NASCAR race at Riverside. So the Winston West Series, of which Jack McCoy raced, one of the great stories of old-time stock car racing, the Winston West Series, and that Dodge Daytona still in the paddock. Go check it out as we wind down this American Speed Fest. We've got Vintage Indy in queue, ready to go out. Then we'll have the drift cars, and then we get into our final session of competition as we have the awards being laid out in front of the podium. We'll have an awards ceremony shortly after the last session on the track, which will gradually wind down the 2025 version of the American Speed Festival.
Getting a good look again at that Darrell Waltrip tied Monte Carlo SS from 1988. We've gone through a lot of the stories about this car here throughout the weekend in terms of the Aero Coupe and the amalgamation, but once again, cool and a big thank you, I think, to all the owners that are able to bring out such a great mix of cars. I mean, throughout this weekend, we had that Dodge Charger Daytona that we mentioned from '69, the Pontiac Ventura Sportsman series car, this Monte Carlo, the Miller Lite Charger, has a Dale Jr. 2017 car on track as well. It's one of the cool things about the American Speed Festival, always, Randy, is to be able to see the progression of history and the changeover of the cars. The one thing that's consistent when it comes to these NASCARs is the way they thunder around the M1 Concourse. We've always seen that, but it is cool to be able to get a good look at the way that these things sit, the way they look, and for NASCAR for the longest time, probably not as much technology change, but still, it's fascinating to be able to see those small things that are different, but also what does stay the same between the 80s into the 2000s and so forth. So it's been cool once again to have all these different NASCAR historic cars together, and even some that have been and haven't been on the racetrack back in the paddock area.
Yeah, another thing, I was just, as we wind down our final day here at M1 Concourse in the American Speed Festival, this is my 4th Speed Festival. I think this is your 5th. But I got to think, the first year I came, there were no sprint cars, there were no flat track bikes, there were no drift cars. Every year, they've added something. I don't know what they're going to do next year to one-up what they've already done, but I guess my observation is this. This event continues to grow. This event continues to get creative on how they can diversify the fan experience by giving them more things to see and learn about and experience. And I don't know what it's going to be next year, but it wouldn't surprise me if they have something totally unexpected to add to already 7 or 8 categories of diverse race cars, old, new, short track, long course, 2 wheels, 4 wheels, very diverse collection of cars, and I just think it's going to hopefully, and there's a lot going on. We're hopefully going to talk to Ted Warner a little later today about all the renovations going on around here, but 2026 should be something to behold.
No, it for sure is going to, like you said. I mean, the first year when we go to add drift cars, wouldn't have ever seen that coming. Then when I had the idea pitched to me that we're going to have these wing sprint cars, they're going to try to take the stagger out of the rear tires, and we're just going to try to run these things on a road course. I'm like, there's no way. Now that's become a staple of the event, adding the flat track motorcycles as well. I'm sure there'll be something cool added in a facility that's going to be completely refreshed, as you mentioned as well, by the time we get here next year. So again, it's been cool to watch this event change every year, check what's been added. I mean, there are other festivals that are similar to this around the world, but there aren't any that I think quite honor all corners of motorsport when you have drift and bikes and sprint cars and so forth. There's plenty that just have a ton of different history of Indy cars, of F1 cars, of sports cars out there, but there's no festival that quite honors every corner of motorsports the way that we do here at the American Speed Festival, and that's been fun to see.
Yeah, I would totally agree. It's a little bit of everything, and as I've told you many times, I love IndyCar history and I love Indy 500 history. And the panel discussion they had yesterday of the Turn 4 kids, I was talking to Ted about it this morning. How deep and emotional did that have to be when you look at the children of Eddie Sachs, Dave McDonald, and Swede Savage, all sharing their childhood experiences knowing their father lost their life at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in a very horrific way. Who does that? And we've got Al Unser Jr., 2-time Indy 500 winner, here all weekend with Vintage Indy and being honored as the Master of Motorsports. Last year, it was Richard Petty that was here. So, again, just always something very unique and special that we see here at M1 for the American Speed Festival.
Certainly is. NASCAR's continue to work their way around the track. The last time that we will get to see the history of NASCAR on track on the screen is that 2012 Brad Keselowski Miller Lite, the Blue Deuce, working its way around the track. The championship car on the road course car of the championship season for Brad Keselowski. We got the 77. Keith Vrabich brought that car. We heard from Keith this morning. Let's maybe hear from him again. It's always best to be able to get some of the history of these cars in the words of their owners. So Keith Vrabich talked to us heading into the event about the old Milwaukee car that he has. Let's take a look at that feature as he takes us through the history of that race car and the restoration of the 77 Sportsman.
Making the long trip all the way up from Georgia, Keith Vrabich has brought a different car than what he had last year at the American Speed Festival. A really, really cool one, a Tim Richmond Sportsman car. First off, thanks for making the trip up to the American Speed Festival, Keith, but tell us a little bit about this car, because it's got a really, really cool story behind it in terms of this car on track back in the 80s, ownership group, everything.
This is a 1975 Ventura, which was a ubiquitous sportsman car. It seemed like everybody had it because of the front end being sloped, and everybody built one. Well, Ed Whitaker built this car, that's why it has a 77 on it, and he used it with Tim Richmond on bigger tracks, Charlotte, Talladega, Daytona, Darlington as well. And this was something that Tim got to use to get more experience at these tracks. Now, the thing about it is Tim was under contract with Blue Max, and Blue Max ended up buying the car and using this car not only for Tim, but also for Sammy Swindell. It was, again, a car to use to get more experience. It's a sportsman car, so it's not a NASCAR Cup car, but it still has a 358 cubic inch Chevrolet engine, still a 4-speed trans, a 9-inch rear.
Tell us about that process, how you found the car, the restoration. I know it's a unique story on how this car got here today.
Some things just bug you until you can get them. In 2009, I was having my 1969 Grand Prix, the Pepsi car I had up here last year, and that was being restored. My restorer, Glenn Seedig, went down to see a man named Bill Ryan, who restores these cars. Bill had shown Glenn some of the cars in his collection, and there's this little Ventura grill, about half of it sticking out from behind a car. And being a Pontiac guy and loving Venturas and all things Pontiac, I immediately called Bill the next day and I said, hey, I'm so-and-so with that other car, and I see this Ventura. And Mr. Ryan immediately goes, oh, that's Tim Richmond's Ventura. And then he kept talking, but I only heard, wah. So the car just bugged me, and I said, would you ever sell that? I imagine, I babbled that out somewhere in the conversation. Oh, no, that's my favorite car. I can't sell that car. A friend made an offer on one of my street cars. I called Bill. I said, I'm going to sell my favorite car only if you sell me yours. And Bill said, well, give me 3 days and let me think about this. And sure enough, he sold the car, and I couldn't be more happier with it.
This event, the American Speed Festival, you guys made a long trip up, you and your wife, from Georgia the last couple of years to be here at this thing. Why have you decided that the American Speed Festival is an event that's worth coming out to? How much fun do you have coming out to the M1 Concourse every year?
It gives me the opportunity to bring this car out, take it to speed, show people what it's like to have an old, authentic NASCAR race car, but in a non-threatening situation where you can be on the track with people you know and say, hey, look out for this car. I'm going to have long braking points and all that. And there's not a trophy or anything that you can win. So everybody's very courteous to each other.
Well, Keith, thank you. A beautiful car, beautiful restoration. We hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, Nate.
Always great to catch up with Keith, and as I said, it's always best, I think, to put a lot of the history of these cars just in the voice of their owner, because they've got so many more stories. That's why I've been saying throughout the weekend to make sure you chat with owners both now and at future speed festivals as well, because they have so many more stories than what we are able to cover up here. Looks like Keith may be coming in pit side. I think the rest of the cars are going to be following him down as well, and that means that we're going to get the vintage Indy cars out for one last time, as we will also be, within that, honoring Alan Sir Jr., our master of motorsports, for the final time this weekend, all before we get the drift cars out for one last time. And then it's our final leg of the competition before the podium, all getting set up right now around our broadcast trailer here just outside the paddock area. And we're going to get to hand out some awards of this year's ASF Cup along with El Rock champions. Little Al in the Dallara EXP with M1's Ted Werner in the number 4072 Eagle. The Swede Savage Tribute car are going around the racetrack. Vintage Indy Series on the track for the final time today. Had a chance to chat with Mike Lashmit, the president of Vintage Indy, up here a little bit earlier. Always great to catch up with Mike and go over what's going to be an exciting future for Vintage Indy. Of course, hopefully going to be right back here at the M1 Concourse, you'd assume, next year for the American Speed Festival, along with a long list of other events as well to start the year. And in particular, if you're going to be at multiple different IndyCar events next year, we will be there with the Vintage Indy Series. If you're not sick of my voice, I'll be on the PA when those cars are on the track. We will be at Road America, along with the Worldwide Technology Raceway Gateway in St. Louis, back at those events this year, at Nashville Superspeedway for the IndyCar Nashville Superspeedway race that's moved from the championship weekend into July now, but we also will still be at championship weekend like we were this year, as we've been invited down to be a part of the event at Laguna Seca. So if you're going to be at any of those events next year, like IndyCar history, along with, of course, IndyCar, you'll be able to catch a lot of the cars and maybe even some more, a little bit different group as well that made the trip out to the M1 Concourse this weekend with Vintage Indy. So it's at Vintage Indy TM, along with Vintage Indy on Facebook, where you can find all sorts of information about the Vintage Indy Series, what the schedule and the cars and everything that's coming up next year, as we'll watch them continue to work their way around the racetrack. The old Calhoun 98 car, Dr. Robert Dix, out of Greenwood, Indiana, at the Indianapolis area, with that tribute car that was still built by A.J. Watson. It's a tribute to Parnelli Jones's old Calhoun that he drove to victory from the pole position in 1963 for owner J.C. Agajanian. The second to last front-engine car. A.J. Foyt the next year, the final front-engine car to win the Indianapolis 500. Travel on Trailers special. Ken Muller out of Indianapolis, Indiana, with that Ernest Ruiz originally owned car from 1960, the rookie year, first of 10 attempts at the Speedway on the circuit. There is M1's own Ted Werner on track in the Dayglow orange number 40. He's a big part. Actually, I think we're going to hopefully be able to chat with him a little bit later on here in the day to go over some of the construction, some of the things you've seen here, because he's a big part of the X Center that's being built outside of this facility, a big part of putting on the event as well. And of course, saw him running that panel discussion yesterday, but Ted, a big-time proponent of IndyCar, huge wealth of knowledge, especially his favorite driver growing up was Sweet Savage. So when he had the chance to buy this 72 Eagle, it was kind of an end-of-run car that he was able to come up with a unique opportunity to put a tribute car together to the car that Sweet Savage ultimately lost his life in at Indianapolis in 1973, running for Patrick Racing. So it's been cool to see Ted get a couple laps out on the racetrack. He has been a very, very busy guy over the weeks and months leading up to this, but especially the first couple days here at the M1 Concourse. So good to see Ted, who is a stalwart at every single Vintage Indy event ever since he's bought that number 40 car over the last couple years. So cool to see him out on the track running laps at an event that he was such a big part in helping put together here at the M1 Concourse, and such a beautiful restoration on that Patrick Racing Sweet Savage tribute car as well. Again this weekend, Al Unser Jr., pace car driver with the Vintage Indy Series, also our master of motorsports. He's been put to a bit of work this weekend. Had a chance to catch up with him yesterday. That is his rookie year car you're having on screen. We played it earlier. Let's play it again. Jim Weddle, the owner of that car. He, another stalwart in a couple different cars in the Vintage Indy Series, but he brought that Unser Indy car up from St. Louis this weekend. It's making its on-track debut. That's the rookie year car for Al Unser Jr. at the Indianapolis 500. Let's hear from Jim Weddle taking us through the history of that number 19 Blatt Eagle.
This weekend at the American Speed Festival, we are honoring IndyCar and the huge impacts of the Indianapolis 500 on the American racing landscape, and a big part of that is honoring Al Unser Jr. as our master of motorsports, and a very, very historically significant car to Little Al is with us this weekend, and Jim Weddle out of St. Louis, Missouri, brought this car up here for us this weekend. Tell us, the rookie car at the 500 for Al Jr., tell us about this really, really incredible Coors Light Eagle.
Yeah, I think Al actually ran it Indy 19 times, but this was the car that he ran the very, very first year, 1983. It's an AAR Eagle. It was one of the first cars with the Blatt technology, the border layer adhesion technology, beginnings of ground effects. Runs a DFX Cosworth, about 750 horsepower. Great little car. Bought it a year ago in non-running condition.
And let's talk about that a little bit, because you did just get this car essentially for this event, finished up here in the last year or so. Take us through that restoration process.
Yeah, we bought it a year ago. It hadn't been run or started in 5 or 6 years, so we knew we were going to have to pretty much redo everything, which we did. It came with an extra engine, which we sent off to Indianapolis, had it rebuilt. We rebuilt, of course, the turbos. Everything on the car works now, right down to the hydraulic jacks. It was a labor of love. My mechanic, Mike Ross, did almost all of the mechanical restoration. Bodywork was done out of shop, but yeah, what a great car. It runs terrific. We have had it on the track. We've tested it out. Very excited to bring it here to the M1 track and have some fun with it.
Yeah, how cool is it as well to be able to help honor Al Unser Jr.? There's some really historically significant cars. We've gotten to know Al in the last couple of years. How cool is it to be able to know Al and to honor him with this car this weekend?
It's just terrific. Al is a great guy. He is the driving steward for the Vintage Indy Group. Keeps us all kind of in line, gives us the benefit of his experience. But it's just wonderful that he is being honored and we're able to have this car here. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Absolutely. We are looking forward to seeing you and this car on track all weekend long.
Thank you very much.
And there is Jim working his way around some traffic with one of a couple of those Blatt, as he was talking about, the boundary layer adhesion technology, ground effects cars that Eagle and Jan Gurney's All-American Racers pioneered in the early 1980s. The Mike Mosley blue number 48, that style of car. The same can be said for the number 19. And again, so cool this weekend. Having gotten to know Al a little bit in the last few years, his role as the pace car driver for the Vintage Indy Series that I also serve as the voice of, it's been cool to be able to see him honored this weekend. And a guy that has been at this event before, but certainly is one that understands the importance of showing off racing history. He talked about that with me up here yesterday in our quick time that we had with him to catch up. But that car, the rookie year, where it all started for Al, I guess where it all started, minus we actually have a sprint car from a couple years before that even, that the Speedway Motors Museum of American Speed brought with him for the weekend. But for little Al, had a couple podiums in his rookie season in 1983, 7th in points, finished 19th in the Indy 500. Teo Fabi actually was the Series and 500 Rookie of the Year in '83. I think we had a Teo Fabi Can-Am car, Formula 5000 base Can-Am car from the early 80s as well that was with us this weekend. So kind of a little bit of a nugget with that going back to 1983, who was the rookie of the year. Al Unser Jr.'s rookie year, but Al still in a successful season, 2 podiums that year, and of course going on to win the championship a couple of times, going on to, of course, win the Indy 500 a couple of times, becoming known as the King of the Beach. Was it 6, 7 wins at the Long Beach Grand Prix as well. So cool to honor Al, one of the greatest IndyCar drivers, period, of the history of the sport here this weekend at the American Speed Festival.
And getting back to Al and his beginning, if you go further back in the sprint car, and I talked a little bit to Al last year, he actually started in go-karts. Him and his dad traveled the karting circuit around Albuquerque for a couple of years, and then he moved on to the sprint car. So he has been racing something since from a very, very young age. He was in a sprint car like 14 or something.
In which today, that's not crazy
That's
to
right.
see. Back then, to have that young of kids in cars like that, that was something that you did not see very often. But you know, certainly today, that's become interestingly the norm. I mean, the amount of kids that I see 14 years old that are in like super late model races at Berlin and other tracks around the Midwest is pretty crazy to see. And then the same sprint cars, they put kids younger and younger in those things nowadays as well. But that back then, to have a kid that's 14, 15, 16 years old in a car like that and moved up at even his young age into an Indy car in his early 20s was something that you just didn't see in that era. He was really one of the first, coming from a racing family, one of the first really kind of true prodigies of that era, of the modern era of motorsports somewhat.
He's quite the racing story when you really think about it. And I always remember him and Emo chasing that third turn side by side, neither one giving an inch. Allen's up in the wall and gets out, and after he took a deep breath, gave Emo a high five when he went by, because they were racing hard, which I find hard to believe. Racing hard, wheel to wheel, bumping and grinding at about 220 entering turn 3, but that's exactly what they were doing.
And I think part of why he became, along with the family name, but how he became such a fan favorite, went on a few years after that to win what still is the closest Indianapolis 500 finish in history in 1992. And then that 94 race, he had a lot of stories about the beast engine, the Mercedes pushrod engine that Penske brought that year, all the testing that went into it and everything. And as he said, when Emo crashed, that's not when he was concerned. He said the only thing that concerned him in that race was when Paul Tracy fell out of that race early, and this was a car that had been extensively tested, didn't do 500 miles, like he said, till essentially the start of the week of practice. And he said when Paul Tracy fell out of the race in 94, the mechanical right away with the same, unique setup on that car, that was the only thing that was in the back of his head, worried, where it just came down to hitting his marks, saving the car to the end of the race, and a very different approach to, of course, that charged up finish with Goodyear a couple years before.
Exactly. Yeah, that was, I'm sure he's thinking at that time, well, this thing isn't going to last. But it did. It did until the end, when it ended a little bit too soon for him. And here for the last time come the drift cars. Get prepared. If you haven't seen the drift cars yet, get to the fence, get to the grandstands, and watch these crazies as they get out on the drift track, and they will get it done. Last session of the day, last session of the event, they are going to give it 110% to make a show for you fans. About to take their last session on track, our drift cars.
That's the checkered flag coming out in a second right here, and that Parnelli Jones Roadster and everyone else will find their way back to the paddock one last time for the Vintage Indy Series as the drift cars roll to the grid at the American Speed Festival. They will be the last on-track session before we get to the ASF Cup and the El Rock finale later this afternoon. drift cars starting to squeal to life. You can hear them. One of the featured ones out there is Ely Barta. He is a Hollywood stuntman, a big history of his own in racing as a drift and then also a rally competitor. Had a chance before the event, we've heard from him a couple times, had a chance before the event to catch up with him, talk a little bit about the event and his car as well that he brought with us, a former championship car for Frederick Osbo that he drives. Here's our feature with Ely Barta to help preview what you're going to see on track one last time with the drift cars.
Once again this year at the American Speed Festival, we feature drifting. It has been a fan favorite the last couple years, and Ely Barta has been a huge part of that over the last couple years as well. We'll talk about your background, we'll talk about this sport in general, but you've got one heck of a cool car behind us here. Give us a little bit of background on this machine and what we can expect to see about you and it today.
So the car is pretty historic car. It won the Manufacturers Championship in 2017, wheeled by none other than Frederick Osbo, factory Toyota Papadakis Racing. The car won the Manufacturers Championship that year, and Frederick got second in the Drivers' Championship. So it's got great history. It was retired after that season, and then they built basically a clone of it, and then they beat the heck out of that thing.
Now, we talk about skilled drivers. You certainly are one of those. I mean, a stuntman, you've got some history in racing as well. Tell us about your background in Hollywood, some of the awards you've won there, and as well on the racetrack.
I'm a professional driver by trade. I've been in the business shooting film, television commercials for over 30 years. And yeah, I basically crash cars and drift and whatever you need to do with a car. I'm a stunt coordinator as well. I'm really lucky and feel incredibly grateful to do what I do working in the film industry. So this is great to be able to come here this weekend and take some time off from work and just have some fun.
Tell us a little bit about that fun you guys are going to have. What can the audience expect to see? What sort of drifting runs you're going to do? What are you guys hoping to be able to achieve showing off the sport this weekend?
So I think we look at drifting for this event as we're sort of the extreme entertainment. Everyone's here with beautiful cars. We have so many Indy cars, F1 cars, classic cars, vintage Porsches. I think we've got circle track bikes. We've got such a diverse group of cars. And everyone's out there ripping it up. And the drift guys are literally just tearing up tires and making smoke and just trying to get the kids to get happy and put a smile on everybody's face. I think all of us drifters are not so much concerned about going out there. And it's not about the fastest time. It's about who can get the most sideways and make the most smoke and make the most noise. We're kind of, we're like the kids that sit in the back of the bus kind of thing. We just don't mind burning up tires. This particular car, I went out for a session today. Tires about $300, and in that, I destroyed the tires in about 5 minutes.
All right, we can't wait to see Ely and the rest of the kids from the back of the bus get ready to take to the track. The drift cars always put on a show here at M1.
Drift cars burning it down. Brendan Greaves going around there before giving a bit of a smoke show to everyone on the front straightaways. He'll head back towards the paddock area right now. Let's take a look at Mike Skudleric right here out of the Detroit area in his Mustang, putting on a show as well for one final time this weekend. It was great to catch up with this whole group, including Ely, who always does a great job taking us through what to expect out of this sport, and a very accessible group for sure, I think, for the fans to be able to chat with and learn a lot about something that, you know, maybe a lot of fans here, if you're normally an IndyCar or an NASCAR fan, you may not be overly well-versed in what drifting brings to the table, and these guys always put on what's become a fan favorite show year in, year out at the American Speed Festival, and they're doing it for one last time right now. Another great final show being put on by the Drifters. We appreciate all of them coming out to the M1 Concourse again. There is a look at Ely Barta in that Toyota Frederick Osbo championship winning car that he chatted with us about a moment ago. Some of the ASF Cup cars are starting to align in the false grid right now. So the final chance to improve your position and try to wind up on that podium that's getting set up as well in front of us is about to begin. We'll have both of the 2 run groups in the 3 classes of the ASF Cup, and then for the final time, the ladies' race of champions on the track. We'll see if anyone can do anything to catch Laura Hayes, who's been absolutely dominant. She was a 1.5 seconds faster yesterday. She's been about 8 tenths faster or so than Pippa Mann in the morning session today. So far, no one's been able to catch her. We'll see if anyone's going to be able to do so as Ely Barta continues to put on a show on the Rockstar, former Formula Drift championship winning Toyota. Mike Skudleric slides that Mustang past the start-finish stripe through the stadium section as he's wrapping up his final run of the weekend at the American Speed Festival. Saw Ely Barta and the rest of the group find their way back towards the paddock area a minute ago. So Mike with, looks like the track to himself, putting on one last show for everyone before we get to the closing competition. The final run for the ASF Cup, the final run for the Ladies Race of Champions is on the track next. Shredded left rear and all for Mike Skidlerick back to the paddock, and that will do it for the drift cars. Thanks again for them coming out. They always put on such a great show here at the American Speed Festival. What, third year, fourth year that they've been here putting on their exhibition, gotten bigger each year, and certainly always a fan favorite to be able to see them. We are dialing up the American Speed Festival Cup Group 1, getting in on the hot pit lane, ready to go. The second group is rolling into the cold grid right now as we are ready to go. We'll get these guys out for the final time this weekend as we look to crown some champions in the ASF Cup, and then we'll crown our Owl Rock champion. Right now, Laura Hayes over Pippa Mann, over Taylor Ferns, over Megan Meyer through the first day and then the first morning of competition. We'll see if any of that gets shaken up this afternoon. And first off, if we're going to go even faster, right now Joe Cawley overall, we talked to him up here a minute ago. He's overall the fastest guy this weekend at the American Speed Festival in that brand new 296 Challenge Ferrari. We'll see if he is remotely touched or if maybe it's only him trying to break his own record. The wind's picked up. We have a little bit of overcast. It's been in and out a little bit. Maybe the track cooled down a little bit. Maybe the conditions are going to be there to be able to really fire in a fast time right at the end of the day. We're going to have our eye on that.
And let's not forget, immediately following the last session, which will be the L Rock Ladies Race of Champions, we will have the award ceremonies for the winners of the American Speed Festival Challenge Cup and the Ladies Race of Champions.
We have cars on track for Group 1 of the ASF Cup here this afternoon. The last chance to try to improve your positioning. Once again, quick reminder, after yesterday, here's how things sat in the ASF Cup in the production street class. Mickey Ashpole was up front, 74-224, the lap time there. Shasta Ashpole just behind the 74-339, 1/10 of a second the gap. Michael Kazbuski, 78-716 was 4.4 seconds off the top spot, but the last roll on the podium at the moment. Closed wheel race. That's where we've had that battle between Joe and Jeff Cawley. Joe with a 65.993 lap time, 1.2 seconds better than Jeff behind in that Dallara EXP. Michael Merritt set yesterday a 68.434, 2.4 seconds off the pace in the purpose-built race class. Ken Hollowell And Iris Fraze have been razor thin. Ken was a 69.6 yesterday with Iris at a 75, about a second difference between them. But Iris saw this morning she was a little bit quicker with a big lap right at the end. That also was the fastest lap of the weekend between either of those two. So I think things still razor thin in the ASF Cup here as we're getting close to the end of this day. Ford Mustang Dark Horse, Daniel Assenmacher out there. A couple of really interesting cars that we've continued to have our eye on throughout this one. But, you know, this production street class in particular, I mean, it's all been so close, but a tenth of a second between Mickey and Shasta. Ashpole coming into today. I don't know. It's going to be an interesting close of this thing. And to some extent, of course, you're finding the best time from yesterday, the best time from today, combining those, and it's going to come down to the math that's going to be right on the margins that we're going to, in some of these cases, we aren't going to find out till that podium celebration who exactly wins it because it is razor thin.
And theoretically, you could actually have somebody who was never the fastest on either day but was the most consistent. Because you could have someone that sets a quick time on Saturday that has a horrible day on Sunday. And then someone who was second or third both days could be the winner. So it's really about consistency as much as it is speed.
This Lotus Evora 2020 GT with Michael Kazbuski behind the wheel was third at the end of the day yesterday in the street class component to this. 122 is last lap time, a best time of the day in the 118 range. So he's been trying to find a little bit of speed, see if he can close in on the pair of Porsches that are ahead of him in the battle. And if we once again are going to focus on that closed wheel race category, Jeff Cawley been right in the middle of it, second heading into the day. He had about 1.2 seconds to his son Joe that we talked to up here to find the gap and cut down the gap to. Well, today Joe Cawley has been very fast, a 106.3 his best time. He's been consistently in the 107 range, and Jeff Cawley has fallen off that pace, a 109.2 his best time of the day, ran a 114 last time, getting that Dallara EXP up to speed. So Joe Cawley has taken was about a second gap and potentially could make it a 2 or 3 second gap by the time you combine the 2-day time. So it's going to have to be a big run right here. I will say, we got some breeze. We've got the sun a little bit more overcast than it has been with some cloud cover. I think we may have some of our best conditions of the day to set some lap times right at the end here. So we might be firing in some nice low times to finish the day at the American Speed Festival. Jeff Cawley making that right turn past the start-finish line. Look at the IMSA Mustang as well out on the course, but Cawley flashing by the line now. Let's take a look. That 109.2, his best time of the day. It was a 114 on his last warm-up lap. Let's see if that Dallara EXP was able to improve things at all with one of his first true heaters out on the racetrack. As we wait for the timing and scoring on Jeff Cawley and the Dallara to update. We'll see. Looks like the best time, though, still is that 109.2 that he set going back to the morning session. Oh, looks like it was a little bit slower that last lap, a 116.8 for Jeff Cawley. So maybe trying some things to find some lap time. You know, Joe mentioned as well that they're on a little bit older set of tires. So that's another factor here is, you know, these teams aren't bolting on fresh sets of, you know, Firestone Reds like they do in IndyCar every time during a qualifying run. So that's another thing to watch. Look at Jeremy Sutton in that Corvette. He was just able to set his fastest time of the entire weekend. He was in the 113s this morning. He sets a 111.7, so a really quick one fired in there from Jeremy again. Stock car, I think, made some brake upgrades to that thing, and then running some Michelin slick racing tires on it is really the main upgrades to that car. But otherwise, just taken from the factory Corvette C8, slight little racing upgrades, the different boots put on the race car, which is of course a huge upgrade, and Jeremy running some quick times, and his quickest time of the entire week of the day at least, as he runs that 111.7 as he fires in a second and a half or so better than he was able to do in the morning run. So maybe, as we were just saying, conditions could be ripe right now to set some really nice lap times in the afternoon. Sticking here with Michael in that Lotus Evora once again. Last lap time there was 1:18.950, just off the fastest lap time set by the Lotus at a 1:18.030.
Once again, after the ladies race of champions session is over, we do have the pedal car race followed by the awards ceremony for the American Speed Festival Challenge Cup and the ladies race of champions. You don't want to miss that as we near the end of another American Speed Festival.
Some American muscle on screen, that Corvette C8 with Jeremy Sutton going past that Dark Horse Mustang. And for Sutton, he has been incredibly consistent. He set that 1:11.725 that I mentioned 2 laps ago that was his fastest of the day. How about last time? 1:11.727. So he is right in the same range, 0.002 off his best time of the day. So nice consistent laps being turned in right now by that Corvette that is winding its way up the hill right now and about to set one more lap. Let's see if Jeremy was able to improve on this strike past the line. He's got to beat a 1:11.725 crossing the stripe. We'll wait for the timing and scoring to update, and holy cow, he is not quite able to do it. Actually, sorry about that. 1:11.725, still the best is that was in the 1:15 bracket, I think, going back to making that pass around some of the slower traffic. So he'll reset and try to see how quickly he can get that Corvette back around this racetrack, as he's been running some of his best and most consistent laps of this week. Down the back part of the racetrack, this is the power section of the M1 Concourse, linked together by that tight right-hand hairpin that you have to be able to put together. He'll do just that, jump on the power, the long back straightaway that powers down to another tight braking zone with a right-hander that's going to follow for Sutton here. Again, he's got the slick racing tires on an otherwise pretty much completely stock Corvette C8 in that stone white color. He makes that right-hander I mentioned, now will wind his way up the S's, up the hill, and back towards the stadium section. We'll see what sort of lap time he's able to put together. That 1:11.725, still the best. There's a look at the Dark Horse Mustang that we were talking about just a minute ago. Sutton, by the way, that time by the line, 1:12.064 the lap time. So as the ASF Cup continues to work their way around the racetrack right here, Manager of Special Projects at M1 Concourse, Ted Werner, you're just out on the track, but in the midst of a lot of crazy stuff I know going on for you this weekend, some cool things we want to talk about. We've been mentioning the construction, been mentioning a lot of change going on here at the M1 Concourse. Not a better guy to talk to about that than you. I mean, kind of take us through. I know there's the X Center behind us, a lot of cool things I think coming up in the future of the M1 Concourse.
Right, and I'm sure as everybody has already seen, we've got a brand new bridge that is almost done that's connecting our pavilion area to the arena area. That'll give us a lot more opportunity to create some new activities. or bring new visibility to activities that we may have going down down in the arena. But as you mentioned, Nate, we have the X Center, which is a major project that we just broke ground on this spring, and we anticipate opening that next summer. It's a long construction project, but that's a motorsports entertainment complex that we're building. It's going to take some time, but it's going to feature a 5/8 of a mile electric kart track, although we hate to use the term karts because we're actually building custom cars that are halfway between karts and cars, and that are at this KTO, as we call it, is on display in the plaza. So, and then in addition to that, we have a building that we're building with 8 racing simulators, 4 golf simulators, and 2 giant slot car tracks made by our friends at Slot Mods, and then a restaurant on the top floor with a balcony that overlooks the race course, which we'll be able to run into the evening hours because we have lights around the course, and because they're electric cars, they're not bothering our good neighbors in Pontiac.
That's that's incredible. Tell us, you've come to work here with the M1 Concourse this year. You've been a competitor at the American Speed Festival before. How cool is it to be able to work with Paul and all the rest of the gang this year at M1 and be able to be behind the scenes putting together? I know it's a lot of work, but being able to put together such a cool event with the rest of the team.
Definitely a lot of work, but we have an amazing festivals and events team led by Jennifer Rux, and our entire organization is full of great people. I've never had a more fun group of people to work with, people that are smart, intelligent, roll your sleeves up type of people, and that's the way I am too. So it's been a great experience. Of course, like as you said, I've been here before prior to even coming to work here. So, and I was always taken in by the beauty and the attention to detail of this facility. And it's a real honor to now work here and help some of these projects that were the brainchild of our founder, or owner rather, Paul Zlotov, to bring these to fruition with the team.
Yeah, last question before I know you'll be a part of helping get things set here for the podium and everything afterwards. So, last question. You have kind of an interesting opportunity this weekend. You hosted that panel yesterday, and of course you are very involved with the story of IndyCar in general with your knowledge there, but you own that 40 car that we just saw you out on track with a minute ago. How cool was that to be able to hear the stories of those those kids that were the surviving kids of the last 3 drivers to die at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway?
Well, the interesting thing about that is that Eddie Sachs and Dave McDonald lost their lives in the same accident in 1964 at the Indianapolis 500, and neither Vicky McDonald Moreno or Eddie Sachs Jr. had met each other until yesterday here at M1 Concourse. And then we brought Angela Savage into the conversation because she lost her father, who was my racing hero. And as you mentioned, I drive a car identical to Swede Savage's. So it was a very, very special, very moving and emotional experience. Still get emotional about it, just thinking about it. And but I think it's important that we honor those racers that gave their lives at a time when racing was not nearly as safe as it is today, and those heroes were larger than life. So,
absolutely, Ted. Thanks for your time. Thanks for
thank
all
you,
the
Nate.
work going into this event as well. It's been a pleasure as always to be a part of this event. You and everyone on the team did an incredible job.
Thank you, and thanks to you and Randy as well on doing a great job and keeping everybody informed on what's going on around here this weekend.
Thanks. It's Ted Warner here from the M1 Concourse. American Speed Festival Cup continuing on track now. We've got the L-Rock coming up right after that as well.
So, yeah, everything's gonna 1-2. You're.
Of course, Taylor Ferns and Megan Meyer, the job they've done just to come up to speed in a discipline of racing they were not at all. As we wind down the ASF Cup, will be one more session. That will be the Ladies Race of Champions coming up shortly. Then we'll have the pedal car race right here on pit road, followed by our awards ceremony.
Ken Hollowell still getting up to speed, 112.955 on his last lap, so still the best mark, just shy of that 109.6 that he set a little bit earlier on. Iris Frey's out on the racetrack as well. She ran a 112.1 on her warm-up last time, about halfway through the lap right now and getting ready to start climbing the hill. So maybe a chance for that Radical to improve on her best time of the weekend and of the day, which remains in that 109.461 that she set back in the morning time, making the long sweeping right-hander now under the bridge past the start-finish line. We'll take a look to the timing and scoring and see if Iris Frey is going to be able to better her overall best time of the weekend. It was at a 109.461. That was a 111.685, so still getting the tires up to temperature on that number 23 Radical.
One, two, 1, 2. Four. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2.
So far, keeping our eye on some of the lap times for everyone out there. Nothing been improved as of yet. Joe Colley, I will say, dialed in a 106.7, so he's getting down to that 106 time once again that he's been able to be pretty quick at finding throughout this weekend and going to win in his class for the American Speed Festival Cup for sure. That brand new 296 Challenge Ferrari. Iris Frey's a 111.359 her last time, so the best still from this morning for her, a 109.461. That's just better than Ken Hollowell, a two-car class, both in radicals that they've been doing somewhat similar to what we've seen with the the race of champions. Hollowell last lap by a 1:13.75, getting things up to temperature there, but still a little bit slower on the day. But right now, as it stands, it looks like Hollowell would still be the winner of that class. It was really tight between the two of them coming into the day, so continuing to keep our eyes on what's going on there. Have a look at the Mosseri Ferrari, 109.5, the lap time last time, a 109.3, the fastest lap of the weekend for that 270 Ferrari. Joe Cawley last lap out of the way as well. Set another lap, sub 107. He's been just firing in these sub 107 laps. We've got, again, the wind coming in. Got to look at Cawley on track, but the sun has fallen behind a cloud or two here. The wind picked up, track temps down. There might be a chance. The best time of the weekend so far for Joe Cawley, that 106.346. He may have a really, really good chance to dial in the fastest lap that we've seen all weekend long at the American Speed Festival. Right at the end of the day, he fired in a 106.845 there, so remains incredibly efficient, incredibly consistent. Joe Cawley, had a chance to chat with him a little bit earlier on about his day, getting used to that, or his weekend, I should say, getting used to that new car that Cawley Ferrari brought with them this weekend, and it's certainly been showing off well. He compared it a little bit to the 488 challenge cars like the Mosseri one that you see out on the circuit, taking that wide double apex approach to the horseshoe at the bottom of the racetrack, and will blitz down the back straightaway, show off the power of nearly 700 horsepower in that Ferrari challenge machine. Other notable lap times all staying pretty similar. Iris Fraze, Ken Hollowell, their tight battle has remained pretty much right where it's been. Neither have been able to improve their best lap time so far during this last session. Joe Cawley will, in just a moment here, flash by the start-finish line and does that. Let's see if he was able to improve. And there it is, the best lap of the entire weekend. Joe Cawley, a 106.268. He continues to go faster and faster in the 296 Challenge Ferrari. Lap times in the purpose-built race class staying consistent between Ken Hollowell and Iris Fraze. Neither have been able to impress, or improve, I should say, the best of their weekend and of day, I should say, on Sunday so far in the afternoon session. Still is Iris with the 109.4, the 109.5 for Ken. Their best times, remember, coming into the day, the gap between the two of them was Hollowell 9/10 better than Iris Fraze. So right now she is quicker today, but overall it looks like Hollowell still in good position to be able to win unless Iris is able to find quite a bit of lap time here at the end, which of course certainly could be possible. She'll need to find another 0.8 of a second or so to be able to close the gap. That last lap from Iris Fraze, 1:12.991, so still searching for a little bit of speed. And again, we don't quite know the tire situation for everyone, when they bolted on their freshest tire setup and where maybe those peak lap times were set to be able to come in. And right now we're seeing a bit of that. I mean, you got Joe Colley just continuing to go. Oh, by the way, Joe went faster yet a couple laps ago. 105.977. So Joe Colley, the first driver to break the 1:06 barrier this weekend, and he does it in the final run of the weekend. So he has continued to find a lot of speed, and he already had essentially a hand and a half on the trophy. He has fully cemented that. A very impressive run out of that 296 Ferrari all weekend long, and I mean, a statement as he'll be the lone driver to find the sub 106 bracket this weekend.
I think we could unofficially make that official.
I think so, yes.
Yeah. As we wind down this session, he has got a bold grip on the top tier of the victory podium. So Joe Colley busting around the M1 circuit. One session left. It is the ladies' race of champions. And it has been quite the competition, with Laura Hayes being the quickest. Pippa Mann trying to chase her down. This is Pippa's last chance to get up to the speed of Laura. And then a good showing by Taylor Ferns and Megan Meyer, just getting used to those cars and getting within 2 to 3 seconds in some cases of some of the top cars that's been on track. So for them, I think they've got to be proud about what they've accomplished in such a short period of time. And for Laura Hayes, well, she hasn't won it yet, but she certainly has the inside track, so to speak, on winning it today.
Yeah, Pippa closed the gap a little bit yesterday to today, to less than a second the gap, but it was a little over a second yesterday between the two of them. So you're gonna have to find a lot of time, and Laura has been really, really tough to beat since really the second she got in one of those cars. Has been continuing to find some good speed, adjusting to the racetrack, adapting to a car. She's never been in this car or on this track before this weekend. The same can be said for all of the competitors in the L Rock. So it's been impressive seeing them all get up to speed. They all come from very different forms of motorsports. You know, Pippa Mann, primarily the open wheel IndyCar scene, the GT4 sports car scene for Laura Hayes, the open wheel sprint car scene and Silver Crown scene for Taylor Ferns, and the drag racing scene for Megan Meyer. So very different forms of racing that aren't specifically running a sports racer car like that here on a technical track like the M1 Concourse. So it's been impressive to watch all of them getting up to speed and really finding a lot of time as the weekend has gone on. Oseri Ferrari, 109.375, the best time. The last lap there on that 270 was a 110.4 that got fired in. Besides that, once again, not really any updates going on lap time-wise here this afternoon. Yet to see a ton of improvement outside, of course, what Joe Colley has done, setting the fastest time of the weekend out there. Keeping our eye on the closest of the competitions that are on track, that purpose-built race and category with a pair of the Radicals. Still the same situation there. Iris Fraze 109.4, Ken Hollowell 109.5, and Iris has to find about 8 more tenths of a second to be able to even the gap from yesterday. Iris is faster in this session, but still was about a second and a half or so off her best time on that last one out there. So trying to find a little bit of speed in that 23. We'll see if she's going to be able to find that last little bit of pace and push over the start-finish line based on what they have in what have become some pretty good conditions, as Joe Colley proved to set a lap time here this afternoon as he fired in that best lap of the weekend. Actually, Joe just very slightly improved on it. He had run the 105.977. He just ran a 105.976. So 2 laps sub 106 now for Joe Colley as he slightly extends that advantage.
What the winner of the pedal car race gets.
Checkered flag is out. One last lap here for Joe Cawley. He, by the way, went faster yet last lap, 105.799. We will see if the last lap of the entire event for the American Speed Festival Cup is also going to be the fastest of this weekend. One last chance here, the checkered out, for everyone to dial in a big lap time right here. There's a look at Joe Cawley working his way up the hill and working his way back towards the start-finish line. Once he enters that stadium section that he crawled towards, a 106.073 was the last lap time, so not quite quicker, 105.799, the fastest lap of the entire weekend that we saw. Iris Fraze, Ken Hollowell were not able to improve their time, so Iris slightly quicker today. Ken was quicker, it appears, by a wider margin yesterday. We'll have to wait for the official confirmation on all of that, which we're going to have at that 4 o'clock podium that is coming up here down by the broadcast trailer in the paddock area next to the pit road. All that is left today is the final session of the LROC. Laura Hayes has been the driver to catch. Does anyone have a chance to do that, or is she going to further cement her dominant performance in the first ever Ladies Race of Champions at the American Speed Festival? We're all going to find out in just a couple more minutes. LROC cars are getting ready to roll for the final time this weekend. And as we get ready to roll them for the last time this weekend, let's also roll our feature with each of them, meeting the LROC contestants for the 2025 Ladies Race of Champions, the first ever event. Had a chance to catch up with all of them, go over the background, and introduce each of our 4 contenders in the 2025 LROC at the American Speed Festival.
The LROC is underway at the 2025 American Speed Festival. We're meeting each of the competitors, and Laura Hayes is one of the 4 standouts from all different disciplines that are converging here on Pontiac for this event this weekend. Let's take a look at your racing background, Laura. Where are you currently racing? Where have you raced and won in the past?
Yeah, so I started racing as a little kid, started when I was 8, and I've been very lucky to drive a little bit of everything throughout the years. Most recently and notably, this year SRO GT4 America in a BMW M4 GT4, so I had a lot of fun doing that. And the last couple of years, a Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, probably my favorite thing and craziest of any race I've ever done. Yeah, so here we are today driving some radicals, a little bit different than normal for me.
We've got competitors from all across the motorsports landscape, including a multiple-time champion in a drag car. Megan Meyer is with us this weekend as well. Let's start with that. Tell us about your background and tell us about that transition to go from driving those sort of things to one of these radical beasts?
Yeah, well, I don't know how to turn. I'm used to going straight, so this is a huge learning curve for me, but I'm having so much fun. I've actually wanted to drive a radical car for the last couple of years, so finally got the chance to, and I'm so excited. It's actually easier and way more comfortable than I thought it was going to be, so I'm feeling really good going into this weekend.
Open wheel oval driver turned into road course sports car driver this weekend. Taylor Ferns is here with us at the M1 Concourse. First, tell us about that background that you have, where we normally watch you racing, and how that translates, I guess, somehow into one of these cars.
Yeah, so I typically race cars completely different from this, an open wheel style. But sprint cars, non-wing pavement sprint cars, and USEC Silver Crown cars. So we typically race on pavement ovals all throughout the Midwest, typically Indiana, Illinois, Ohio, Michigan. So yeah, it's been something I've been doing for a long time, and I'm really passionate about it. But I'm excited to try something new. I love challenges, and so I'm really looking forward to this opportunity.
We have one of the most experienced competitors in this field and one of the greatest women's drivers that we've seen in the last couple of decades here around the world. 5 times started the Nürburgring 24-hour, 7 times the Indianapolis 500. Pippa Mann is here with us. How excited are you to be a part of this event here at M1 this weekend?
It's so fun to be here at M1 Concourse, taking part in this weekend, driving these radicals around this racetrack. But you were talking about my accolades, but it's not just me here this weekend. We have Megan Meyer, who is a 2-time drag racing champion. We have Taylor Ferns, who was the first woman to win in a Silver Crown car. And we have Laura Hayes, the fastest woman ever up Pikes Peak Hill Climb. That's a pretty cool lineup you guys have got taking on your track this weekend in these radicals.
And that stacked lineup all on the track and getting up to speed right now. That is a look at Pippa Mann behind the controls of her machine. Comes in second place in the running in this final session of the day. Well, just about the final session of the day. We've got the podium coming up, but before that, Randy, we also just want to remind everyone, make sure you find your way down to the podium, Eric, because we have the pedal car championship too. That's really the main feature of the day. That's still coming up.
We've got a fire truck. We've got a police car. We've got a blue Batmobile maybe, and a taxi. And from what I understand, the Vegas odds are on the taxi. It appears to be the fastest, a little more aerodynamic. But the pedal car race is coming up immediately following the Ladies Race of Champions, the El Rock final session. We do have the pedal car race, 4 machines for 1 lap straight down pit lane. So buckle up for this one. It's going to be a doozy. And then we will have, after that, our victory presentations for the American Speed Festival Cup and the Ladies Race of Champions.
Right now, all the Ladies Race of Champions competitors just kind of getting up to speed a little bit. Laura Hayes, a 107.8 was her last lap, the 107.2, her fastest lap of the day. Pippa Mann, the fastest today, a 107.9 that she was able to set. And the fastest of the weekend for Taylor Ferns was just set. Taylor fires in a 111.025 as she continues to get faster and faster. This is a look at Megan Meyer, a 112.5, her fastest lap of the weekend, as she'll jump on the power down the long back straightaway here, navigating the 1.5-mile course right in downtown Pontiac at the M1 Concourse, the first ever Ladies Race of Champions for equally prepared radical machines for radically different racing backgrounds to go along with it. Meyer will make the climb up the hill right here, see what sort of lap time that she is going to be able to fire in, see if she can continue to improve on her lap time. She's taken, a good, 5, 6, 7 seconds off. She is, again, drag racer in background, 2-time NHRA champion, learning this form of motorsport. Will cross the stripe here. She had a 115.9 her last time by. As she goes by the line this time, let's look to the scoring and let's see what she was able to improve to. Improves down to a 113.2, so a little off still that best overall time, but coming up to speed on the whole on the day. No one so far outside of Taylor Ferns, who, by the way, Taylor went faster yet, a 110.270 from Taylor Ferns on her last lap. So she's just continuing to cut seconds off her time as this day goes on. Taylor is, at this point in time, starting to close in even on Pippa Mann, who's in the high 107s, now the low 110s for Taylor Ferns, who has been really, really impressive. That incredible Silver Crown background that she, of course, has in sprint car background, but it's taken well as she's adjusting to these race cars, to the the kind of speed that you're able to put together.
And both Taylor Ferns and Megan Meyer knocking, as you said, Nate, about 5 to 6 seconds off of their first run. That is impressive. They've learned from their debriefs. They've applied what they've been told. I'm sure Pippa and Laura have given them a lot of input, as well as the folks from Team Stradale. So it has shown on track that they've applied their information. They've absorbed it. They've put it to use, and they are much, much quicker as the weekend rolls on. So very impressive by all 4 drivers, but certainly Taylor Ferns, a sprint car driver, Megan Meyer, a drag racer, getting up to speed very well for this ladies race of champions, winding down this final session for the L Rock.
Taylor went a little bit quicker last time, a 1:10.270. This is Laura Hayes that we're riding on board with. She fired in a 1:07.5 last lap, and she'll fire in a 1:07.5 again. This time, her best time still 1:07.2 on the weekend. Laura Hayes to the back part of the racetrack, well on her way to taking the first ever L Rock. Meanwhile, Pippa Mann has just locked in her fastest time of the day. Pippa, a 1:07.862, so there is a lot of speed to be found out on the racetrack right now, and they are all certainly starting to find it as well. Taylor Ferns a 1:10.5, so she remains in just about the same range that she has been in. Megan Meyer around her fastest times as well, continuing to be fired in of the day and of the weekend right here. Everyone just trying to chase the torrid pace, though, that Laura Hayes has been setting down. 1:07.2 her fast time today. She went sub 1:07 seconds yesterday in all the speed that she was able to find out on the race course. Look here at Taylor Ferns down the back straightaway. Taylor, an impressive run. As I mentioned, 3 straight laps that she's had in the mid-110s, and she started yesterday with some of her first-time laps in kind of the 1:16 range, so she's been able to find 5-6 seconds, and again, she told me before the weekend she had a little bit of experience, doing different driving schools and stuff, but never driven a car like this, hasn't driven on this track, hasn't really put together any sort of in-anger competition. So essentially, she has 3 days doing this kind of competition and has been able to find 5 or 6 seconds to take off her time. And I think the more time you maybe continue to give Taylor, she'll find that much more speed out of the race car. Been really impressive to watch as she has another sub 1:11 lap time that time by. Not quite her fastest of the weekend, but a off there as Megan Meyer has gone around in the back part of the racetrack and looped it there. So we'll have a local yellow there for Meyer, who has spun that one around. She actually was just coming off before that her best lap of the entire weekend, set a 1:11 even. So loops it on the limit after her best time of this entire weekend.
I do want to give a call out to all 4 of these young ladies in the Ladies Race of Champions for the time they spent and how gracious they were with the Michigan junior motorsports drivers we had out here. All track champions in their own right in the junior divisions, and they talked to them, they did photo ops with them, they signed autographs, they gave them all a kind word of advice as to what to do and how to conduct themselves at the racetrack to advance their career. Really shows that all 4 of these female drivers are just a class act, and now applying their skills on the track. Tough break for Megan Meyer, but she has proven herself and really gotten quicker in each session, so she can't be down on herself for this last little shunt, as she's had a good weekend, as all 4 of these drivers have.
And looking at Pippa Mann, her last lap before we had the caution on track, 1:07.702, her fastest of the weekend, about 0.5 of a second off the best time of the day from Laura Hayes. So at least so far, it doesn't look like we're going to see an improvement from yesterday. There is a red flag out on the course as they're going to have to retrieve the red car from the back part of the racetrack. So everyone's going to come back down pit side right here. We'll see if they get back out on the racetrack or not as we are closing in on the end of the session here of the final L Rock session of the weekend.
And don't forget, coming up in just a few moments, the pedal car race right down pit lane. We will have the pedal car race followed by our victory celebration.
Laura Hayes, Pippa Mann, Taylor Ferns, Megan Meyer remains the 4. In order for today's lap times, the same as yesterday, so all things been holding even throughout the Sunday of the first ever Ladies Race of Champions competition here at the M1 Concourse. An incredible event, incredible idea with these 4 equally prepared race cars, all these different backgrounds that they each have, and been putting on a show as everyone's been getting up to speed. In particular, Taylor Ferns has been impressive. Have the camera on her right now, 1:10.270. Her best time right now, good for that bottom step of the podium. She'll come pit side into alignment right here. For the time being, all the drivers staying in the car with a red flag condition as they go and retrieve the Megan Meyer machine after she had the spin on the back half of the racetrack. Megan Meyer's car coming back pit side on the hook, and I think we're going to be able to fire everyone else off here for at least a couple more laps in the L Rock. We'll see if we can get any final improvement. Once again, in terms of the Sunday lap times, Laura Hayes a 107.230. Best time for Pippa Mann, currently sitting at a 107.702. Taylor Ferns, the 110.270. That is her fastest time of the weekend. And Megan Meyer, also her fastest time of the weekend at a 1:11 even. Everyone back out on the track. They're going to have to try to get the tires quickly up to temperature, see what sort of lap time they can fire in right before the end of things. Everyone is following Laura Hayes, both on the racetrack physically, along with up that scoreboard where she has been setting the pace all weekend long here at the American Speed Festival. Look at Pippa Mann here past the start-finish line, off her warm-up, getting up to speed, getting back under anger right here. See what sort of lap time she's going to be able to put in. Only a couple last chances here to improve on her time, which already has been falling quite a bit. She's been able to cut that gap to Laura Hayes throughout this final day. We'll see if she's able to continue to do it right now with everyone back out on the racetrack. Mann hits the late apex, jumps on the throttle, down the backstretch, and will wind her way back towards the start-finish line after she makes that tough right-hand braking zone on the back end of this straightaway. Laura Hayes is just in front of her on the track, so we'll keep an eye on the time that she may be able to put in as well out there. Mann up the hill here. A little bit of an S's section before, of course, you come to that hard left-hand braking zone that she's about to go into that then leads your way back onto the sweeping right-hander that also acts as the start-finish line straight. As you go past that point, Laura Hayes just flashed by the line. The last lap for Laura Hayes, a 107.3, only a 10th off of her best time of the entire day. Let's see what Pippa Mann was able to do, a 108.0 on that lap. So Laura Hayes right up to speed in front of Pippa Mann on the track, and maybe a chance for Hayes to be able to better her lap time right under the gun as we pick up that blue machine right now heading towards the hairpin. Hayes down the backstretch, trying to chase her own lap time of 107.2. It's really, that's been the bulk of the competition, been competing against herself in some capacity with how strong she's been throughout this entire weekend, working up the hill here. A GT4 competitor, the fastest woman ever up the mountain at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb in a GT4 car. She runs in the SRO competition, GT America there, has had a very successful season on the podium a couple of times and looking to put quite the exclamation point on her season as well. That's Taylor Ferns. The camera's on. Laura Hayes was coming back pit side, so it looks like maybe the session coming to a close before the laps are going to be finished, and that will be the case. So everyone coming in pit side, and that will do it. So fastest time Saturday and fastest time Sunday goes to Laura Hayes. She went sub 107 yesterday, puts in a 107.230 today. Pippa Mann's fastest time of this Sunday, a 107.7. Taylor Ferns, a 110.2, her fastest time of the day and her fastest time of the weekend. The same can be said for Megan Meyer with a 111 even is her fastest. That'll do it for the on-track competition today at the M1 Concourse. The L-Rock comes to a close. The pedal car race is up next, and the podium is going to follow that as we crown our champions of the ASF Cup and the L-Rock.
Well, Nate, I'm kind of looking at the starting lineup for the pedal car race, and I have to tell you, I see, is it a 56 Chevy maybe? with flames shooting out the side. I'm not gonna lie to you, that to me has got to be considered the favorite. We do have a taxi cab. Taxi cabs in Detroit, in fact, that's how Benny Parsons learned how to drive. So taxi cabs in Detroit can go pretty fast, but I'm betting on the Flames.
I think Flames normally had, what, 5 to 10 horsepower? Put them on the car, so I would say that
yeah,
applies.
absolutely. And just the heat off of with the Flames are going to probably cause the other cars to veer off to the left and right. They'll just keep going straight. I'll be surprised if at the end the Flame car is not in the hunt. Oh, here come the drivers reporting to your cars. Drivers reporting their cars, and a young lady with the pink jumpsuit getting into the Flame thrower. We've got a 56 Chevy red and white, the young man in a red t-shirt. We got the Roadster and a young lady in a blue shirt with curly hair in the 57 Chevy. We do have a DQ. The taxi cab is not going to run. So we're looking for a start here very shortly. Now I've noticed that there's a couple different techniques. Some are barefoot, some are with tennis shoes. I would have to think tennis shoes will give them a better grip on the pedal car. But the young lady with the Flames on the side of her car is the young lady who's barefoot. I still think she could be the odds-on favorite, but we're about to find out.
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1, go!
And the early leader is the Flamethrower, but we side by side with the curly-haired blonde, and she is going to pull off the win! Wow! And now they're entering onto the M1 circuit for a victory lap. What a finish!
How about that? Come from behind for the biggest championship race of the entire day.
Clearly she was geared for the top end straightaway speed. She did not take off that well, but when that gear kicked in on the high side, she was gone.
Oh, that was a ton of fun. Now we'll get the podium all set up, and let's get ready to raise some champagne and hand out some awards.
And I do believe, according to our good friend Holly, they are receiving some type of a Yeti type drinking mug as competitors in the pedal car race. So congratulations to all the competitors. Great job out there, and what a finish.
So I have to tell you, I think the pedal car race might have been the most exciting of the weekend.
I want you to know this was the one chance I had to win, but I got disqualified on age, size, and I didn't have my pedal car license. So I didn't have a chance. We're just waiting for the times to come in. As soon as we've got them, we're going to start the award ceremony. Our man on the scene, Ted, is vigorously calculating, lots of numbers. He did not get an A in algebra. Ted Werner, where are you? We're looking for the final scores. Oh, he's getting them here. He's transmitting them. But we're doing this digitally. Yeah, sure. Yeah. It's good. Keep them clear. Have you got them? 1 minute. Just doing a few more calculations. Up. Here's the man. Okay. Of course, what are we going to have? Price Waterhouse verify them or something? So the first class we're going to do is the production class. So if you're in the production class and you think you have a chance, you want to make sure you hang around. Okay. So who's number 3?
Daniel Ossenbacher.
Daniel Ossenbacher. Okay, Daniel, number 3 in the production class. Where are you, Daniel? Well, assuming Daniel will show up at some point here, he'll emerge. He's on the 3rd step. Okay, Ted, 2nd. I get to read this was Michael. I'm gonna do my best. Kazubitsky. Michael. Michael, why don't you just open it up and come through? Yeah, that's easy to do rather than a long walk. Okay, and the winner of the production class, okay, that's not a combined time, so that must be, the combined time, okay, so.
Average. Combined.
Okay, combined for,
The winner.
hold on, for Michael, okay, it was 156,746, and the combined time for the winner, which is Shasta Ashpole, was a 148.03. Okay. Okay, is it Shasta? Where are you? Oh. Are you, yep. Get up on, okay. First step, second. Okay, you're third. What's your name?
Michael
Ashpole? Yep, you were number 3, right? Michael Ashpole? No, no, Shasta Ashpole is what we have.
She's the winner.
Oh, yeah, okay. So we have
Ossenbacher is 3.
Daniel Ossenbacher is 3. Okay, so we're missing Daniel. Well, we're gonna keep moving ahead here. Ted, you want to present the trophies? Okay, and we want the winner to hang around. Shasta, if you'll hang around, just go ahead and give it to these 2. You got it? Okay. So congratulations. Thank you for coming and competing. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to do this. The next class is production race. Okay? And for that, okay, drum roll. We have in 3rd place, okay, with a total time of 138.30 is Frank Macheri. Frank, where are you? I know he's here somewhere. couldn't figure out how to get here, Frank? You know the place. You have a garage here. Okay. We'll figure it out eventually. Okay. And the number 2 is, okay, Jeff Cawley. Jeff. And then it's Joe, right? Okay, and with a blistering time, combined time of 1:31.986, are we accurate or what? Okay, is Jeff's better part, okay, Jeff's still trying to catch up with his son, is Joe Cawley. So Joe, you're the winner. And I think Joe actually had the best time of the weekend, even though you were not in a pure race car. So get on the podium. You're number 1. And we don't know where Frank disappeared, but he'll presumably reappear at some point, and we'll give him his trophy. So you want to give them? I think it looks like a little bit of a corporate conspiracy. What do you think? Okay, so, and then for the pure race division,
we only had 2.
we have 2, okay, and he was second?
Yep.
Wow, okay. Oh, this is a turn of events after the first day. So in second place, Ken Hollowell. Ken, where are you? There he is. Okay. And then taking first place, and in fact was a little slower than Ken day 1, but obviously really picked it up and had an average time that still beat him. And what was the total average, Ted? For the total average for this was 139.064. Iris Fraze. Big showing there, Iris. All right. And we won't tell Frank Masher that you kicked his butt, you know. This was pure race? Yeah. How did we? Oh, okay, I know why. Okay, great. All right, so Iris, you got to hang around. Okay, Iris is going to come over here. You can put that down. We'll let it rest. So I'm going to tell you all that I owe Iris a public apology, and I'm going to take care of that right now because I failed to mention who was really the person behind the Ladies Rock Invitational L Rock. She was truly the brainchild, and she fostered it all the way through, then brought Pippa Mann into it, but in all sincerity, it was her idea. So we absolutely owe her for that, and I thank you for it. It's great. I think it's one of the features of this weekend. I loved it. I think the ladies loved it. So everybody, a round of applause for Iris.
Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, and then, Iris, Ted will give you the numbers, but you're going to present the trophies to the L Rock, recipients and champions. So with that, I'm going to give you the mic. Ted?
Thank you, Paul.
Third place.
Okay, in third place for the L Rock Ladies Race of Champions, we have Taylor Fern. I met Taylor. We both were sitting in F4 cars in Sebring, and this is right here. She is a formidable racer. And I'm really glad that she came today. Thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you. Next we have, number 2 is my buddy Pippa Mann. This is another formidable racer. Thank you very much. Thanks, Pippa. And for our first place, our first L Rock champion is Laura Hayes. Woo-hoo!
And she also, and then,
Thank you so much for this. Had such a lovely time.
Thank you.
Iris, in addition, Laura won this for the,
In addition,
I'll hand it to her.
Laura won a check of $10,000 for Shift Up Now, which is a foundation set up by Pippa Mann that funds and supports women in motorsports. How awesome is that? Thanks again, ladies.
Okay, so, right, and now, okay, if you three ladies will stay here, I'll take this from you, okay? And Dan and Ted, if you'll get our champagne, and we're going to do it with the three of you. You can. Oh yeah, you watch. And Iris, get over here. You need to get bathed with me. I don't want to be the only one that's buried in this. And I want my own bottle, Ted. Exactly. No, no. I learned from last year how to spray up. Okay. Dan, hold on to that. Oh, here, Iris. Okay.
I got it in slow-mo. It was great.
Got it. You guys ready? Megan wants to do it with her Patriots. We're perfect. All right.
Let's make sure everyone's ready. Wait. We're on wait. Hey, come on, guys. Hurry up. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Everybody in for one, including Iris and Paul. Everybody in for one photo for a cheers.
So let's get, oh.
All right.
Whoa, and they blinded me again. Okay, good.
So each year we have 2 red ASF jackets for winners from the ASF. We're going to give one to the overall fastest lap of the entire event, or to the entire normal cup, ASF Cup. It was Joe Cawley. Joe. So let's do that first, and we'll get a little picture here.
Yeah, do your thing. You're going to be a presenter. Unbutton it. He's still in training.
Yeah. I'm retired. Don't bother me. Looks good. So we're going to get a nice fitted one for you. But let's get some pictures.
Not bad.
Congratulations. All right, stay here for 1 second. Come on over here. You're going to take mine for right now. We're going to nice. Yeah. The first. Thank you.
And I'll
The first L Rock champion will receive a red jacket as well. Congratulations, Laura.
Thank you very much.
Well done. Why don't you guys get together, get some pictures? Well done.
So thank you, everyone, for coming, participating, okay? And all I can say is if you enjoyed yourself, it was a good experience, okay, then tell your friends, because we got to keep building this event and the attendance. I can tell you we've already got plans for next year and more cool things. So love having you. We've got to keep Detroit as the Motor City, and this is one of the ways that we do it. So thank you again. Have a great, safe Sunday for the rest of it. We'll see you next year.